It's a Tuesday morning in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
Hey, how's it going, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Good news from America. Tommy returns. And the gang is back together. Great to have you, buddy.
Nice to be back.
Just before we get into the show and the celebration of Tommy being back, 55 degrees right now. Going to be in the low 70s, sunny today as opposed to the monsoon we caught yesterday.
Bro, this weather coming up is like perfect.
Bro, you were home last night, right?
Yeah, but that's it. I mean, now it's going to be amazing.
You're blowing over the whole that's it. Like, Webster was underwater yesterday. No, like, schools were flooding.
Oh.
Did they get all the water? I saw videos
I don't know.
of an
I
elementary.
saw, I saw the aftermath of all the rain, but I haven't seen the update.
Coming in, Webster gets all the water.
No, let me finish, stupid.
I know, big storm came.
No, all of the water out of the schools that had flooded some of the schools. Did you see the videos of that?
No.
Well, why don't you let me finish my damn sentence? Welcome back. Great to have you. Good to see you. Restful, fun trip to go see your
Oh, yeah. Anytime we go see family, it's nice. Nice to catch up.
Shut up, man. You were in the most Tommy Muley town in America, Charleston. Going down to the south, but it's a dainty south.
You know, my shoes and socks fit right in.
I believe that.
Like, because you've been to Charleston.
Yep.
Charleston.
Yep.
Tommy's describing the outfits that he saw in other men, which is funny because it sounded like he was describing
Himself.
what he wears into the show.
You mean you had the hats for it, you had the shoes for it, you had all the, Southern boy stuff.
Did you
Southern boy?
Southern boy gonna wear his hat. Did you bring your hats?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, I thought that would be the perfect
Where do you put a
time
hat
to
when
wear
you
your
travel?
hat.
Your hat box that you bought.
No, it'll crush, man.
Whoa, you cheaped out on the hat box?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, I can't believe you didn't bring your hats. I thought you bought them like for vacation purposes.
Not like that.
Oh,
I can't travel.
I'm
with a
disappointed.
hat.
That's what hats are for. Hats are for traveling. It's a traveling hat. All right, I got to give you a heads up.
Whatever.
Because you've been gone, you were gone Thursday, Friday, and yesterday.
Yeah.
So, Tommy, you've worked here over 30 years.
31 years, Pat.
And in all that time, nobody that has ever been one of our coworkers has ever asked you for anything.
I don't think so.
They never come looking for you down here. In fact, we joke all the time on the show about people avoiding coming in this room because of you and you only and only you.
Yeah. So what happened?
I'm leaving yesterday.
Yeah.
And one of the folks that works with us from upstairs, someone who wears like a button-up shirt.
Like a sales guy?
I think
management?
I think they're like on the sales management line.
So
right?
It's a dude?
Yes, it's a dude.
That narrows it down.
So I'm walking out, and he goes, hey, he's coming down the stairs, and he's like kind of like rushing.
Yeah.
He goes, where's Tommy? I go, oh, he's not here. He's been gone since Thursday. He goes, well, he's not here? And I go, no. He goes, when's he get back?
What am I missing?
I don't know. And I hope you know, because I don't know. It was the first time ever in the history of this company that someone went out of their way to look for you.
Nobody told me anything.
And it just happens to be the day you're not there.
I never got an email. I never got a text from anybody.
Well, they're not going to email or text you because they know that you don't know how to use technology.
I look at this stuff occasionally.
No, I know you look at it. It's if you can't respond with an emoji, nobody gets a response. Like
well, there's stuff that my email ain't working right.
I promise you that's not true.
No, I told Kimmy, they want me to take these courses, about.
That's not your email.
That's something completely different.
But they're not working. I click on it don't work. It's on a fritz.
Again, different than your email, though.
I don't know. The email that comes says, click on this, take this course. It don't work.
Do you think everything on your phone is your email? Like
yes.
when you send a
when
tweet?
you go on, I go to my Instagram email, I go to my Facebook email, my X email. So he didn't even say what he wanted?
No, he just ran back
What
upstairs.
an
flustered.
idiot, man. You come down here the house is on fire.
I
you don't say,
appreciate that. Pat's not your secretary.
Ooh, excuse me.
Well, no, I'm saying why would he tell us your issues? Maybe it's between you and him.
Well, if it's such a goddamn emergency, why pull the alarm?
Well, he never said it was an emergency.
Well,
he
you
just
come down
looked
like it was like his ass.
I love how one guy comes looking for you one time, and all of a sudden it has to be an emergency. So the way I see it, Kimmy, one of three things has happened, and I don't know specifically. Either they need Tommy to do something for a client. Tommy is in some kind of trouble.
Yeah.
More likely.
Usually we hear about that first, though.
Are they cutting us out of things now?
Maybe.
Oh.
Or the third option is he wanted to talk to Tommy because he enjoys hanging out with Tommy.
That's definitely not it.
All right, so cut that one out.
All right, so it's either you're in trouble or you need to do something for the actual job.
I have a feeling like it's both. Like he was supposed to do something and then didn't do that thing, and now he's in trouble.
But normally they just ignore it and have somebody else do it.
Yeah, maybe they need him specifically for this.
What could you need him for?
I don't know. We'll have to find out.
Well,
if the guy don't come around today, it's crap.
So you're not even you're not going to go out of your
You're
way
not
to
gonna
find
go-
this guy
you're
and
not
ask
curious?
him after?
I don't even know
I'm
who the guy
curious.
is.
I'll tell you when we get off mic. You probably still won't know who he is.
Is he like one of these like low manager guys?
I'll be honest.
Is he low management?
I'm not entirely sure what his job title is. I know. I think he does sell, but I think he's higher also than sales.
Yeah, but he can't be much higher than sales.
Well, I don't know. Does everybody else do this at their job, or are we just terrible? The people
Probably
you
we're
work with.
bad.
Well, you know the big boss.
Well, obviously.
Right.
But the people you work with, you've known them for years, you know their name, you know stuff about them, but you're not entirely sure what they do.
Well, but sometimes we don't even know if somebody works here or not, which is pretty bad.
So there was a party that was here a couple weeks ago, where everybody got together, coworkers, and there were 3 people who I didn't think worked here anymore that turns out still work here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really? Like they work from home and just show up occasionally?
I guess.
I don't know if they work from home. I don't know if I just don't go upstairs enough and see everybody, but I thought they hadn't worked here for years.
Well, sometimes people have vague titles that don't
No.
really tell you what they do.
Well,
He's kind of right.
yeah, I guess you're right. But not usually you know the titles of people that you work with. I
Well,
understand.
the big ones.
Yeah.
But then there's this
the
associate
gray area.
blah, blah, blah to the blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I don't know what any of that does.
Does that make you higher than me? Does that mean we're on the same level? Can you tell me what to do? If you tell me what to do I have to listen to what you say? Right? Because there are some people that anytime they just get a desk, right, they decide that I can come find you, tell you what to do, and you're going to do it. We used to work with a woman who was that way. In fact, she still works here.
Yeah.
But we used to work with her directly, and
But she's still here.
yeah.
But not directly.
No.
That's what I mean.
I don't know. I don't know what
There's
she does.
this invisible barrier with these people.
I don't know what they do. I can't tell you. Okay, you.
Well, I
wave your
ain't going
hand.
to worry about this guy.
No, I'm not saying to worry about it. If I were you,
Maybe
the
you.
curiosity would get the best of me. I would want to go know what's going on.
Curiosity does get me, but it goes away quickly.
You're not curious about your curiosity?
Yeah. It kind of goes,
252 WCMF. Tommy is back from Charleston. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kimmy.
I was going to say, you should teach a class on how to not give an F at work. Because most people that, just with the information Pat told you, would linger with them for at least 24 hours until they figured out what that person needed them for.
It's gotta be
You're
nothing.
like, nah, don't care.
Oh, no, I
that
got a
guy
type-
sucks. Probably doesn't do anything here.
I've got
the
a
way you
name-
talk yourself out of it.
I've got a name for the class. It's called How to Immediately Lose Your Job 101.
Well, I don't know. He's still here, to his credit.
But they didn't even know he was gone for days.
Right.
That.
That's kind of
that's not a good
impressive.
thing.
I'm still here.
That's not a good thing. You can't sit here and be like, oh, nobody bothers them. It's because I don't think they're sure you still work here. We're laughing about other people's titles.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure people upstairs, wait, Tommy, he's still at the radio?
I'm a liaison between the blah and the blah and the blah, blah, blah.
No, everyone else is a liaison between the blah and you.
Oh, maybe so. Maybe I don't even know what my title is.
252 WCMF. Tommy's been gone the last 3 days, 3 work days. Yesterday, I'm leaving. And this guy from upstairs, he's wearing a button-up shirt. Looks kind of important.
By the way, nobody buttons up around.
That's how important this guy was. He's buttoned up. Yeah. He's rushing down the stairs. He goes, where's Tommy? Where's Tommy? Is Tommy here? I go, no, he's out of town. He's not. What? Rushes back upstairs. Tommy doesn't care what the hell it is. And nobody ever comes looking for Tommy. It might be the first time in the 31 years he's worked here that someone came looking for him, and it turns out you just happen to not be there that day. And it's funny, too, because I was leaving at 20 after, so you would have been gone for half an hour anyway.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that man doesn't even know that you leave at 9:57.
So he doesn't even listen to the show.
Well, yeah, because he didn't know you weren't there
Right.
yesterday.
That's
So
not
who's
that
taking
uncommon.
this guy's area?
Well, I mean, he's actually like most of Rochester. No, I mean, it would probably be, and far be it for me to give you career advice with the brilliance you've had the last 31 years. It probably would be a good idea to go find this person and just be like, hey, man, what's going on?
No, let him find you.
But you're
If it's
impossible
important-
to find because we don't want him to come down here during the show.
No. You'll be pissed if he walks in the
Yeah.
room. Yeah, I'm trying to do a show. I'm trying to do my brilliance. How dare you take me out of my concentration of
He's got
dog
a-
fart, bitch. The dog fart, bitch show starring Tommy Music.
Well, have him
No,
email
he's
me
got
on
a
Instagram.
He's got a window of 2.5 minutes
Yeah.
from when the show is done to when you're putting on your layers of stuff.
Don't go up there and kiss their asses. Let him come down. This guy's he's not my boss. That's the only ass I got to kiss.
To be fair, I don't know if he might. He might actually be our boss.
Bro, we know the top boss. That's who you worry about.
No, but you don't even worry about that.
No, she's cool.
If you think she likes you,
No, but she's cool.
how do you know?
She leaves me alone.
Okay.
That's cool. If somebody leaves
Or
you
she's just
alone,
giving
that's
up.
cool. That's also cool.
Like,
it's all cool, man.
You've heard those stories before of people who were fired, and they were fired for like a decade, and it turns out like they kept getting paid, and just nobody told them they were fired.
Just sitting at their desk
Again,
every day.
That's cool.
I don't get.
You were the most jittery Irishman I've ever met.
What are you talking? First of all, every Irishman is jittery.
No, they're all laid back and drunk, man.
What
They're all
Irishman do you know that isn't?
I know cooler Irishmen than you.
Name
very
one.
nice.
Name
I'm not going to name the guy.
You don't know another Irishman.
Yes, I do. You know I know Irish.
Go ahead. I'm waiting for it. Go ahead.
Every Duffy in this town I know.
Yeah, by the way,
Look at Matt Duffy. He was laid back.
You want to talk about jittery Irishman? If it's the guy I think you're talking about, that's the one Irishman I am less jittery than. You want to talk about problem? No, man. We're uptight people.
I was such a. I'm trying to give you credit here for being cool.
No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to give the Irish people credit for actually getting stuff done. Unlike you over there sitting in your leather ass chair with your leather ass shoes. It's so great to have you back. We made it 12 minutes before we immediately.
Well, y'all brought it up. I'm just hanging out.
I just try to be a good friend and coworker and go, hey, somebody's looking for you, and immediately go.
You have no name. You have no information.
I'll tell you the name.
He didn't want to say his name.
No, but he also doesn't even know what's going on. Why even bring it up?
I don't. I'm telling you, I don't know what's going on, so you should go find out.
By the way, don't you kind of want somebody to... I don't want somebody in my business. Like, I wouldn't want Pat to ask why somebody is trying to talk to me. Because then Pat knows he's going to tell everybody.
Yeah, I would definitely tell everybody.
You can tell everybody.
You think.
What if it's bad?
Who cares if it's bad?
Oh, you say that, bro. It's so funny.
Bro,
like,
I've been here so long. They want to fire me. Fire me.
You try and play so cool. Yeah, man. You know, I don't care. What? I can't go
How
home.
dare they would never fire me.
Oh, God. Well, great last day of the show we're going to have. You spoke that into existence. We're going to get the email today.
I have that kind of power. They should give me a raise. I could speak things into existence.
You do. You do that all the time.
You're still here.
By the way, ratings last 3 days, through the roof.
I'm sure they were.
Kimmy in the big girl chair hurting her legs.
Yeah.
You want to talk to Tommy? Can we do something about that chair?
What?
What do you mean? Well, he likes the chair.
No, I understand.
I hate the chair.
Oh, you hate the chair?
I never wanted this chair.
Oh, is that leather recliner?
I don't like
hard
this
for you?
room.
You don't like the I don't like my room. Guys, I don't like my room. I don't
built-
like
Well,
my
it's not
leather
a
chair.
studio.
I don't like my juice box. I don't like my pinky.
They built
It's
this room
designed-
for you, not
No,
us.
they built it for Wheeze,
Yeah,
and then
but
he
you were
quit
part of it.
in mid-construction, and they just left it like this.
Man, Weeze, that's
yeah,
funny.
it looks like it was somebody stopped
It
mid-construction.
does.
Weeze, another guy who sat there saying, "Good, what are you gonna come find? What are you gonna do? Fire me? Oh yeah, I want to see her. Oh yeah, last day of the show, speaking of this, bro, what? Huh? Hello." We got a dynamite. Tommy's back at least for
Last
the day.
Last day. That's it.
Got a breaker for you this morning here on CMF. We bring Tommy back with a bang.
What happened?
Well, it's Tuesday. You know what that means.
Oh, yeah. Who's getting fired in the hood with Kimmy?
The answer's Tommy. Sorry, I've been dealing with Timmy all week.
Oh, have you?
Yeah. I mean, I love the kid, but oh, my God. Oh, my God. Kimmy's got her post on the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud. She removes street names, town references. And because you, me, Tommy, everybody else listen to the show, we know every stereotype about every town, village, neighborhood in the greater Rochester area. We're going to figure out where they whining. We're going to do it just after 9 o'clock.
All right.
So set your phone alarm or stay with us. I mean, like we said, it's probably Tommy's last day ever on the show.
Yeah. Let's celebrate.
Yeah, you don't want to miss that. Plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
I mean, the passion you would have to allegedly do this to someone else's ride has to be intense.
Yeah.
And I think the reason we normally see it from the younger set is it's easier to invoke passion in that age. This person is not old.
Okay.
But they seem too old for this.
Oh.
And we'll get into the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The younger you are, the more grace you'll get for the stupid stuff you do.
Okay.
Which makes this story complicated. Because what this woman's accused of, never good.
Yeah.
But the decision allegedly made by a woman of this age?
All right.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, Tommy is back after his trip to Charleston, just after 6:45 this morning. What a scene yesterday at Brighton High School.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see this story?
Yeah. Is it the outside stuff going on?
How many stories happened at Brighton High School?
Well, there was the schools were flooding in Webster.
Okay. Well, yeah, I forgot Brighton High in Webster.
Yes.
University
A lot of high
of
school
Webster
action.
and Brighton out in High. Right
You know,
there.
the outside stuff.
Like, I mean, it doesn't matter how tough you are. You can be the
No,
toughest, strongest
yeah.
man on the planet. You
I
get
think
stuck
there
in
are a
this
lot of
situation.
embarrassed people.
Yeah,
You have a great point. I didn't even think about this, Kimmy. We'll get to why it became a nightmare real fast.
Wow.
In Brighton yesterday, just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story, Tommy, comes to us from Canandaigua.
What happened?
A woman has been arrested after police say she damaged a car after a police call about family trouble. Now, why are you laughing immediately?
So there was a car damage.
Car was damaged, yes.
All right.
yes.
All right.
Well, we don't know what kind of family trouble there was.
Maybe
However,
country music should tone down their lyrics.
you're going to blame country music here?
I bet you it's tied right into a video.
What are you, Tipper Gore, all of a sudden? You're going to sit her down
That's what I'm
talking?
saying.
Now, we don't know what kind of family trouble there was. Like, we don't have
It
details
could
on
have
that.
just been fussing and a feud.
However,
Yeah.
we do know that police say a 40-year-old woman caused over $450 in damage to the victim's car.
All right. Could take out a nice quarter panel.
Police say she was arrested without incident. She's charged with criminal mischief. She has a court date coming up. 252 WCMF. 40's a little late in the game for damaging a car, right?
Maybe,
You could have a lot invested at 40. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Like, feel a little bit more passionate
and-
about things.
what was the estimated cost of the damage?
$450.
That's not a ton of damage to a car.
I mean, yeah, that could be like
That's a
Yeah.
headlight.
Oh.
Are you upset she didn't do more damage according to
Yeah,
police?
she lazy.
What are you doing?
Like she could have just popped a headlight.
Okay.
Well, and then she said, that'll do
Yeah.
it.
Okay, I'm concerned that you guys think
I'm a little disappointed in
Okay.
Canandaigua. I wouldn't expect listen, I've had buddies have had their cars effed up.
Sure.
Yeah.
Effed up. Brand new cars, right? And they had to total the dude's car.
No, they totaled the car because of what a woman did to their car?
What a dude did because he was messing with a woman.
Okay, well, there's a woman involved.
You know, they're messing. There was some messing going on. But I'm disappointed.
I'm sorry. By the way, the car could have just been busted. Maybe it was only worth $1,000 and she damaged
Yeah.
half of it.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
It could be a winter beater. That's true.
Winter beater in summer in Canandaigua. Ooh.
My winter beater took a summer beating because I got caught cheating.
For God's sake.
But you have to finish the lyrics.
You don't know. There's no law that says that.
You have to.
No, this feels like more of a young person's move. I mean, I'm less concerned about
I
how
don't
much
know, but we
damage.
read all these crazy ass old people doing stuff. now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's rarely damaging a car. Most car damage stories.
Maybe
people
ladies coming up.
Okay.
Maybe
Ladies coming up.
maybe 40's the new 30 with chicks.
No, I mean, look,
They drink like they're in college.
Oh my God.
They dress like they're in college.
Drink like they're in
They
college.
got the ass hanging out, the
What?
gabagool hanging off the top.
They got the Canandaigua Gabagool.
Well, you know they got country gabagool.
Okay.
Goes all the way to the neck, son.
So you're saying it.
She's got them country danglers.
You're saying it makes more sense for an older woman to do this than a younger woman?
I wouldn't attach age to this. To me.
Really?
Yeah.
Kimmy, you neither?
What do you mean by you wouldn't attach age to it?
I would,
Just in general,
so
you're
if
saying
you told
it
me that
doesn't
was a 6-year-old drunk broad took a beating
Yeah.
to a car outside a bar.
Because think about it, at 40.
Well, hey, that rhymed too. You want to finish those lyrics? Took a beat into a car outside a bar. Ain't gonna go far. Look, Aladdin Jafar.
If this happened in your 20s, to your point, like you may not, as a guy, you may not have a car that you love and that you've invested
Yeah.
in, and you just got a car to get around in.
Okay.
But at 40, she knows that car might mean something to you.
But to Tommy's point, she only cost $450 worth of damage.
Right, but that's enough, right?
Okay,
Like that's enough to be satisfied. I don't know.
I never looked at like women damaging cars as like I'm gonna hurt the thing he loves. I looked at it as this is just something of his I can
Oh, it could
take
be
out
both.
my
It could be both.
anger on. And by the
Yeah.
way, $450 could just be a slash tire, right?
Yeah.
What's a tire
Oh, yeah.
cost? 4 slash tires.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
One tire would cost you almost $4 bills.
Okay, bro, get out. No, it won't.
Bro, you get a slash tire. Yeah, that tire's going to cost you at least $250. I haven't even had it mounted. And you got to get it balanced. You got to get it in. You got to have it towed.
You've been back for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
For 3
I'm
days
already in trouble.
You have hit us with so many I have been in the room, old man things. Before we started, he was bitching about the grading of the sidewalks in Charleston.
Oh, my God.
They are in a
It's great, but Jesus Christ, the war's been over for 700 years. Fix the goddamn thing.
Tonight, they broke the sidewalks down, and the women were falling. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this story out in Canandaigua. A 40-year-old woman has been arrested after police say she damaged a car after family trouble. Said they caused over $450 worth of damage to the victim's car. I saw this story and thought 40 is too late in the game for a car damage. And both of you guys are saying, you say, Tommy, a 60-year-old woman is just as likely as a 22-year-old woman to damage somebody's car.
Well, based on all the stories you guys find, the ages are all over the place.
Yeah.
Like those stories could go either way. On all the arrests we see, the mom vics, they're all over the place.
But that
Do you
makes sense.
also think that
the violent stuff too?
Do you also think that if, let's say, the guy whose car she did this to,
We don't know if it's a guy, right? We just know it's a car. We don't know who owns it.
No, good point. This could
True.
be a sister or
We're
mother.
attaching it to it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You attached it to
All
a guy.
right.
You immediately started
I
saying
got
you
sucked
bought
in.
in, and y'all bought in.
Because you do that stupid thing where you speak with
Stupid thing that
confidence.
you buy
Either
into.
way,
Sucker.
I think somebody in their 40s would also be more likely to call the cops about something happening to their car. Whereas, like, maybe if this was a relationship thing in your 20s, are you calling the cops if she keys your car?
Oh, no.
Because you might still think, nah, I'm going to try again with this relationship. Like, you might be dumb enough to dive back in.
Oh, no. I think a younger person's more likely to call the cops than an older person because there's more consequence with an older person. And I'll give you this, Kimmy, and Tommy can back me up on this. I think in my mind as a 20-year-old guy, I believe I could still call the cops, have her arrested, and then hook up with her later.
Oh, yeah.
Fair?
Okay.
Whereas, like, if let's say this is a domestic husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, 40-year-old thing. If I call the cops because she caused $450 damage to my car, I've now put her in a serious predicament. It affects our relationship if it's a family thing. Like, we talked about while Tommy was gone, what it would take to call the police on your mother after that story, right? Like, what spot am I putting that person in? At 20 years old, I think I'm more likely to pull the trigger just out of spite than I am in my 30s, 40s, 50s. Would you call the cops on a 40-year-old who damaged your car?
Depends who's. I think to your point, it's the relationship you have with the person that's doing it.
All right, let me paint you some.
Like if I'm personally involved with that person, no.
Okay.
Because it's coming back on me.
All right, so you're telling me then, let's say we do the show today and we've been here an hour and a half and you're already running your mouth and I'm so sick of your stupid face, right? And you just keep pushing, needling, pushing buttons. Keep saying stuff about the Irish, mom jokes come up, right? Can't take it. On the way out of here, I got my hockey stick behind me here. I grab my hockey stick. I just start smashing your windows in the car. You like that? You like that? You calling the cops?
No, I'm not going to call the cops.
Because I ain't done. I'm doing more stuff. Now I'm smashing headlights. Now I'm slashing
Well, you've
tires.
already totaled the car.
Okay, so you calling the cops?
No.
So you're going to eat that?
No, you're going to pay for it.
I'm not paying for nothing. Make me.
Okay, your wife's going to make you pay.
Well,
I already know.
No,
Yes.
your husband damaged
You
my
know,
car and I need you to pay for
You
it.
have the type of wife that I have that she's going to make you pay for it.
You can send a bill to my wife because she also pays for my car. Thank you. Wife on wife pay.
No, I'm not going to call the cops on you.
If I'm not going to pay, if I refuse to pay, you wouldn't call the cops?
No.
Why you lie? You would
I'm
have
not.
to. You would have to just for the insurance
Bro,
sake.
you destroyed my house with your scuzzy girlfriends. Leaky Tina and period Patty over my house.
For
Jesus.
God's sakes,
it looked like
man.
OJ stopped by my house when I'd walk in there. The amount of drippings I had to clean up in that house, it was disgusting. It was like a stable.
It
And
was like,
I know what I do. I invited you back into my home to watch my dog.
bro, only half of those stains on that carpet were from women that I brought over.
Yeah, the other half were from my dog. What point are you making? Both of them scooched her ass.
To Kimmy's point, going back to the story with the 40-year-old woman who's
I don't know how
arrested.
we got here.
You can't indict for damaging someone's car. It definitely feels like it would have more of a negative effect the older you get committing this crime.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
I guess it feels older. It feels weirder to me for an older person to do this because there isn't as good of an excuse. Like,
No, you feel like you should be a more rational person
Thank
at that
you.
age,
Yeah.
and that's not the case. But you feel like you should be.
Like, just answer me this question. What could a 40-year-old man or woman say after they damaged a car where you would be sympathetic to that person? Because, like, I may be sympathetic to a 20-year-old that's been cheated on and acts out in that way. And it's not the right thing to do, but I'd have sympathy.
You're going to give more of a pass.
I mean, I have sympathy. One, the errors of youth. Two, thinking that, every boyfriend you have at that age, like, I might marry him. I invested all.
You got a future.
Yeah. I invested 6 months in this relationship, and that's time I'm never going to get back again. For some reason, it doesn't feel like I'd have the same sympathy for a 40-year-old. Right? You should have other things you need to worry about, like your job, maybe your kids. The younger you are, the more free time you have to sulk, to get angry, to overreact.
But I will say, I guess I'm just basing this on the few relationships I know of people who met somebody later in life, like in their 40s, 50s. It always seemed like one side was taking care of the other.
Okay.
So if that was the case, I could see somebody in the relationship being more passionate about it because I've invested money in you. Like, I put a roof over your head. I paid for this, this, and this. Like, I could see there being more investment in that type of relationship.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is there someone specifically you're talking about?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I actually wasn't even thinking about you.
I was.
No, like, I just know people who have, like, whether they've gone through a divorce or finally met somebody they thought they were going to be with later in life. There was always, like, a weird imbalance there.
Okay, yeah, I guess I get what you're saying there.
But the one thing you're not thinking about.
Oh, please.
In this whole scenario, alcohol.
Okay.
Like clouding judgment through alcohol, drugs, I don't know what kind of state they're in.
There's nothing in the story that says they were intoxicated under the influence of anything.
But if you just beat up a car, they wouldn't say drunk.
To be fair, I don't know.
Right?
I'm not sure. We have Facebook messages coming in talking about this 40-year-old woman out in Canandaigua accused of damaging a car, causing $450 worth of damage. It kind of touches on something you brought up at the beginning of this break.
What'd I bring up?
Courtney writes, 40 is the perfect age for this. She was in her 20s when Carrie Underwood put out Before He Cheats.
Man, that tune's 20 years old.
It's got to be more than 20, I think.
Can you Google when that came out? Because that's the I Dug My Key. That's that song, right?
Yeah, did they discontinue that truck? It's been 20 years.
It came out, almost exactly 20 years. 2005.
Yeah, where you been, man?
I don't know.
Like Silence to an Hourglass.
How old's Carrie Underwood?
20 years older than she was when that song came out.
Is she like 50?
No, she's probably
Well,
like
she
40.
was on American Idol, right? In like the early 2000s.
I am out of Carrie Underwood information. We are past my knowledge of Carrie Underwood, which is only that song and the NFL song she does. She still do that?
I don't know.
You watch football more than me.
I can't tell
No, I thought it was somebody else this year, unless that's a different channel.
I see. That's just it. I can't keep my channel straight because I do like that Snoop Dogg country artist. They do the cover of "In the Air Tonight." That was last night, right? Monday Night Football. Who's that fat bearded country guy who does? I can feel it.
All of them. Every fat bearded guy's got a charting hit.
What the hell is that guy's name? He looks like if one member of ZZ Top ate the other two members of ZZ Top.
He's
maybe.
No, he's Pudgy Youngin.
Pudgy Youngin.
Yeah, he's really good. He's coming up.
Didn't he eat Ribs, Arkansas?
And now they're gonna both go to hell. That's a scene where I come from.
Yeah, it's Chris Stapleton.
Chris Stapleton. Okay, so he's
he
a big,
Pudgy.
See, like, it's funny. He shows up on my TV. Every time I see that, it's like that's either a country star, one of the members of Duck Dynasty has gone really, really bad.
I think they all did.
Okay. All right,
I don't know where they're at today.
Let's take a break.
All right.
I get the feeling you're going to try and downplay what happened at this high school yesterday. Just based on conversations we've had before.
Yeah.
And look, the conversations we had before, the argument you made, I guess there was a way to justify it, but I will say this.
Yeah.
Whether you are the toughest of toughest human beings that ever lived or the sissiest of sissy men, when you are stuck in a situation with this many of these, you can't look tough. It's impossible.
You can't.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. These are the great equalizer.
Oh.
Doesn't matter if you're the strongest, toughest man on the planet or someone like Tommy Muley. Being in this situation will make you run in fear. And not away, like in circles in fear. And that's before you even get to the medical emergencies that could potentially show up.
Okay.
And to make it all worse, the folks caught in this stinger tornado had literally nowhere to go to escape the madness.
Wow. So they were trapped.
Oh, well, kind of.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room. That's just classic rock, 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. Good news from America. Tommy has returned from Charleston. Charleston. And if you listen to the show, you know Tommy is a guy who loves to drop facts on you. He'll either make up facts, which that's a thing, it's normal, or if you know any little detail about something we're talking about, you'll try and weasel your way into it. Let me tell you how smart I am. Which is why this had to hurt you even more than the average person.
Because everybody I was with knew this, but me.
I'm dying to know what it is. Because as dumb as you are, you normally know your stuff.
I like the history.
Sure, yeah.
You know, but no, it's bad.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A chaotic scene yesterday morning at Brighton High School.
Jesus.
Story on 13 Wham says that during a fire drill, students and staff were swarmed by bees.
Where they ran outside for the drill?
I guess.
No, yeah, that's how fire drills work these days.
Well, I don't know if they're in the building, out of the building.
Let's pause. Time out. How would you do a fire drill inside the building?
Well, you just don't. You're not that good.
What?
You're not that good at it.
Did it take you a second to realize that fire drills happen outside of the building?
I know you leave the building, but were the bees in the building, out of the building?
If
they stand by a tree?
If the bees were in the building, then there wouldn't have been a problem.
Drill.
It would have been a bee drill. Thank you, Kimmy. No, the whole school was outside. And when students went outside, people started to get stung like crazy.
How are they trapped?
Well, you're usually, usually like you walk outside with your class and you're supposed to stay in like one specific area so they can account for everybody.
I got you.
So I guess like they must have been in a space where there wasn't a lot of room to run. I don't know.
And it's not even like you can run back in the building, right? Like the first thing you would do is go back inside to get away from the bees. You can't do that.
Even if you're in an open field, how you outrun in a swarm of bees.
So it was so bad.
How bad was it?
The school had to issue a hold-in-place order where everybody had to stay put to get away from the bees. Like, that's how many bees there were.
God damn.
So folks ended up being treated by the nurse, some of them. People who had more severe reactions, because bee allergy, very common allergy.
Gonna get the EpiPen?
Yeah, if that bad. But no, they called the Brighton Fire Department and the ambulance to check some of them out.
Okay.
It doesn't sound like things got too scary as far as medical emergencies go, which is good. But the scene itself sounds
to be terrifying,
chaotic, right?
Yeah.
Like groups of people, depending on where they stepped, getting attacked by these bees.
Because you don't know what to do. Do you duck and cover? Do you just
but
try to
run?
But the more you
fight it, you're just pissing them off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
The more you swing around.
Right. I wouldn't know. I don't know what to do in case of bee attack.
I mean, you flail. That's the
natural
reaction.
Yeah.
But
it don't help.
What do you do? Stop, drop, and roll?
Maybe you just stand still and don't look them directly in the eye. And don't run away. Don't show fear. Because they can smell fear.
Just stand there and get stung over and over again?
Yeah.
Okay. And, like, what makes it even worse?
Yeah.
Like, the people further away from where you are would have no idea what was going on.
No, it would look hysterical. It would look like one of those flash mobs.
When's the last time you heard the word flash mob?
That's not a thing anymore?
Is that one of those drills you stay inside for?
Yes.
It's called the worst drill ever. And like add to all of this, right?
Yeah.
So you have the fire drill. Everybody's outside. You can't go back inside. Nobody's really sure what's happening as everyone starts freaking out. These poor kids and staff are being swarmed by bees, right? And the staff of the school can't do anything to help. You can't fist fight bees to make them go away.
No.
And
like as a teacher, there's nothing you can do to protect the children.
No.
Other than like just get stung yourself.
Because, if you're going in to try and, like, get kids out of there, you're going to get stung. Not to mention, even people without a known bee allergy could be at risk because folks are now finding out as they get older. This is not a fun fact.
What?
It could show up out of
You
nowhere.
could develop it.
Oh, like all of a sudden you're allergic?
Like you were fine your whole
how
life.
often are you stung by a bee where you'd be able to test that?
So did they shut the school down?
No, they didn't shut the school down. They just ordered a hold in place for a while.
No, but are they going to come in and like fumigate these trees?
Yesterday, so they were ground bees. Yesterday, an exterminator had to come in right after the incident to try and get rid of all the bees. Yeah. So, I mean, can you get rid of bees that quick?
I don't know.
But Kimmy, you brought up what might have been the worst point of this whole thing.
I was thinking, like, because, as a kid, especially if you're like a freshman in high school, like, you don't want to do anything that draws attention to you. Like, it's the first week of school. Like, you're just trying not to embarrass yourself.
Be cool.
Yeah.
And this is a recipe for disaster if you're a student just starting
It
the
does
school
put
year.
everybody on the same level, though.
And
it
everybody
does level
saw
the
it.
playing field from nerd to cool, tough
you're
guy.
right.
We're all on the same plane here, man.
You're right.
Everybody's a badass till the bees show up.
Put that on a T-shirt.
Right?
Sell it in the rock shop.
But if
me
you...
standing next to your husband, right?
Yes, you're right. You'd be looking the same way.
We're the same guy at this point, man.
But
We're running for our lives.
If your introduction into high school is they had to call an ambulance and pause all activities for the day because you got swarmed by bees, like that just sucks for that kid or kids.
She's right. And even if you are, like, even if everybody else was running, they're going to find a way to make fun of you because
of
you're the
course.
person that's new there, right?
Oh, God, yeah.
And you'll never forget. All your classmates that saw it will never forget that moment.
They're going to call you Jimmy Bees, like, for the rest of your life. So, Bees?
Remember when we got swarmed by bees, guys?
Like, it's like that kid who poops his pants in middle school. Like, you, to this day, you remember
Yeah,
that
that's
kid's
therapy
name.
class.
252 WCMF 252-9263. During a fire drill yesterday at Brighton High School around 8:30 in the morning, the students and staff outside all of a sudden were swarmed by ground bees. It was so bad they had to call the ambulance and fire department. The nurse had to jump in and help with stuff. They issued a hold in place. An exterminator was called immediately to get rid of the bees. And Kimmy's right. This was a nightmare scenario for any kids that just started to go to that school. It is amazing, to both of your points, how the toughest of tough can look like the biggest old soft boy bitches when a bee shows up.
Yeah.
However, there are people in this world that can handle bee stings and not worry about it.
Well, a sting or being, like, stung multiple times.
All right, so there are amateur beekeepers.
Yeah,
right?
my niece does it.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
But those are like honeybees, though. Those aren't like ground wasps.
Well, did it say? It said bees. It did not say wasps.
Well, I don't know. I thought like the ground bees were in the same
Waspy.
category.
A ground bee. Is that bad?
I thought they were like more aggressive.
Okay, possibly. But like every once in a while, you'll drive down in the country,
Yeah.
you'll see those stands selling honey on the side of the road. Those people, those amateur beekeepers, get stung on a regular basis.
I would think so, even with the protection.
Unless
it's going to happen a little bit.
Unless I'm wrong, 252 WCMF. But like, how many times do you have to get stung before it's something you can tolerate? Because those people will walk in, they'll pull the hive out, right? Bees will sting them. They don't seem to like jump around. They just seem to take it and like walk away and put that. And it's always like a 70-year-old woman named Gail.
Yeah, it's like those snake handlers, you see, right? They get bit multiple times and they're almost immune to it.
So
Well, for most snakes.
Yes.
So this exact situation happened to me in a middle school
Well,
gym
yeah, you
class.
got stung twice. Stepped into
I
that
don't know
hive.
why it's getting creepier when you say it.
Nothing to hold in place there, buddy.
But you bring up people being tough with bees.
Yeah.
So this happened in our middle school gym class. We were playing like kickball or something,
Yeah.
and you see like this dark cloud coming at you like across the like what was a softball field, and it was a swarm of bees. So everybody's like running to get out of the way. Like it just goes through the
Damn.
entire kickball game. And I remember my middle school gym teacher saying, "Don't move, they're just bees." Like she wasn't worried about it at
Yeah.
all. Like that was probably like the toughest I've ever seen a gym teacher in my life, because like she was just standing there throughout like the swarm of bees telling everybody to remain calm, even though there's literally a swarm of bees running through.
I see a swarm of anything, I'm hauling ass, man.
Yeah, there's never a good swarm.
They ganged up for a reason. They're on the move. They're on the march.
Can I ask a stupid question?
Yeah.
Shoot.
If there is a swarm of bees or wasps, does that mean they're automatically angry? Like,
I don't
do they
know.
always move
they
together?
seemed pretty angry.
Yeah, because I'm thinking
I mean,
they're
they
out.
rolled through.
They're up to no good. Because to your point, they'd be back at the hive working.
We've talked about this. I ask a question because I'm genuinely curious, and you start with, I think that.
Right.
If you don't know the answer, you don't have to say anything
Well,
out
it's
loud.
called a swarm. That sounds angry in itself.
No, but a swarm isn't that a definition of just a group of things? Could you Google the definition of swarm?
But if you see a swarm of anything,
Name another swarm of something.
anything that's swarming,
There's nothing else you call a swarm.
people could swarm.
A swarm of people.
I saw a swarm of punks.
I've never heard anyone refer to a group of people as a swarm.
Swarm, a large, dense group of insects, especially flying ones.
Did you just argue you can call people a swarm of people?
You can.
No, you can't because it says insects, idiot. No, like I'm wondering, like, you know, if you see that swarm of bees coming,
right.
Do I run because they're angry and they're looking to
Right,
be
like,
pissed,
will it
or are they
chase
just
me?
are they like moving to a new hive, like it's moving day for them? They just got a nice house, they got a great deal in
All right.
Fairport.
I'm going to say they're angry.
Okay, well,
Based on the fact that they know what they can do to you.
do they though?
Of course they do.
I always thought
That's
it was
generational, man. They hand it down.
I thought it was instinct.
Well, same thing.
No, like,
They know what to do. They know what they got, and they know what they're capable of.
you're making it sound like a woman with great legs. She knows what she's got.
She's swarming.
Well, you got caught up in a lick swarm, son.
She got that honey hive working.
For God's sakes.
Well, it's her hive.
Okay. Oh, we got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Debbie writes, I was driving by the school when this was happening yesterday, and it looked like they were doing a dancing flash mob. Everyone was running in different directions. That's the second time today, in the last 5 minutes, you've heard the phrase flash mob for the first time in 20
It had to
years.
look like theater. Like the theater group was like practicing outside because it's a nice day.
Well, like, I mean, like, not to bring the break down for a second, but, like, you know, if I'm driving by and I see those kids panicking and freaking out
could
outside,
also be the other
right?
thing.
Yes, like I'm worried about that. Like I'm. It's surprising that we don't have stories of people like reacting to try and save what they thought these kids were.
I mean, you
like,
never know. Some people might have thought that.
yeah, but I mean, we don't want to be. There's no details of that actually
Right.
happening, right? All right, Kimmy, what do we got over there with the swarming?
It's so they called these ground bees, not ground wasps.
It said ground bees in the story.
So it says that
pretty
ground
common.
bees overall pose little risk to people or pets. The best thing to do is to simply let them be, and yeah, it says they're not usually aggressive.
Okay, maybe it was wasp because I also make the mistake of interchanging bee and wasp.
Yeah,
Because, you know,
I don't know.
it's yellow, it's black. It's
I mean,
the
they kind of look the same thing unless you're a Bumble. Bumble's a whole new game.
What?
You see a swarm of Bumbles coming?
yeah.
Call cops.
No, but no, I think that bumbles are the least aggressive.
Bumbles, if they get a hold of your ass, you're done.
No, they die once they sting.
They're the size of your thumb.
I've never seen a bumblebee sting
Yeah, I don't think
anybody.
bumblebee-
I saw
are
one.
dangerous.
I saw 5 of them push around my mailman one day. They took the truck and left.
Bumblebee swarms are not dangerous because bumblebees are generally peaceful and only sting when provoked.
God, you idiot.
Just reading you the
Yeah,
facts.
but even hippies, man, they could punch you.
Man, you are back in mid-season form. You've been here for an hour and a half.
Look at 1967. Yeah, that was supposed to be peaceful. How'd that turn out?
Let's take a break. So as you hear, Tommy is back from Charleston, visiting his brother.
Yeah.
You can go back anytime you want, by the way.
They love me down there.
How could they not? You're tiny, you're dainty, you're very southern. He's that fun southern friend that we don't talk about much, but we'd love to have him at our cocktail party. God bless.
Oh, that's a drink in town, brother.
Bless your heart. But along with the southernness that you got to enjoy,
Yeah.
right? Dandy time. You love history,
Yeah, I do.
and Charleston is a town of history.
Full of history. Goes all the way back to the beginning.
This must have bothered you so much.
I was like shocked at how stupid I was because we were taking this little tour, and everybody on this tour had facts about this particular piece of history. I thought it was not an actual thing.
So you didn't even know this person was real?
Yes. I thought it was part of like a storybook.
I mean, there is nothing worse than when everybody knows something and you don't.
Right.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are things just everybody knows.
Yeah. Common knowledge.
Except that's not the case because it can be amazing sometimes. Even people you believe are smart, what they don't know.
You ignorant.
Yeah. Now, this is not a case of someone smart not knowing something because we're going to talk about Tommy. But, like, the way you live your life and the way you try to impress people, I know that this hurts you more than the average bear.
I was, like, really embarrassed because this was, like, common-ass knowledge.
You hanging out in the break room. Monsters Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. As you hear, Tommy is back from Charleston. And we'll get to what happened down there in just a second. Just after 7:30 this morning.
What's happening?
This is a story from 70 years ago. It should be.
70?
I mean, look, there are men of a certain age that would argue, well, this is how you handle a lady. This is how you deal with a woman.
This ain't good.
However, like, this man is not young, but even he is too young to argue, well, this is how you do stuff.
Oh, really?
Ladies. And we'll get to the story just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So you had a good trip to Charleston?
Oh, yeah. Lovely time. Lovely city. A lot of history, Pat.
I love how you, like, play it off like, oh, I don't even want to go. Like, that town is made for you.
I enjoyed my time there.
Okay, no, I can tell by the way you're talking. Okay. But you were doing all, like, the cool, tough guy things while you were down there,
Oh,
right?
yeah. We took a carriage ride. And you take these, like, horse and buggy rides through the town, and the guy explains you the town.
Yeah.
The history.
So, I think we were, like, 12 people on this, like, long buggy, right?
So do you know all of the people
No.
in the buggy?
No, you just go in there, and you pay your ticket, you get off.
So it's just you and your wife?
My wife and I were sitting in the back, but we're, like, 6 rows into this thing.
Gotcha.
Right? And so we're taking this tour. And he's pointing out this and that. And then he points out this thing, and I'm going, that's a guy? Like a real guy?
Who are we talking about?
Blackbeard. The pirate.
The pirate, yeah.
Don't act like you know.
Wait a minute, I'm confused as to what's happening.
So, like, he goes...
like his house? Like, what were they
kind of.
pointing
Like,
out?
they go, like, Blackbeard here to here. He stole over here. We went over there. And
like
I go...
the history.
I didn't know Blackbeard was an actual person. I thought it was like a made-up story, like in like Huck Finn or like Treasure Island or something. I didn't know there was an actual
like
Blackbeard.
just like you thought he was more like a legend kind of thing.
I also didn't think he was in America. I thought like that Blackbeard was like some European like pirate.
No.
I didn't know we had like legitimate pirates hanging out with like flintlock guns like stealing.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
You didn't know that Blackbird was
I didn't know Blackbeard was a person. I didn't know he had a house. I didn't. He relocated.
That he resided in Charleston. Yeah, I wouldn't connect Charleston to Blackbeard.
And then he relocated over here, and I'm going. I thought that was a story like Huck Finn.
Did he have like a real name?
Blackbeard. His mother really screwed him over with his future job prospects with what she named
He was
him.
born as a bearded child. It's like I don't know any of this stuff. So everybody starts spewing facts off because when you're sitting on these carriages, there's everybody my age. Nobody can shut up. So they're all spewing their Blackbeard facts, and I'm going. I looked at my wife. I go, he's not a real person. It's like Bugs Bunny.
Except Bugs Bunny wasn't a real person and Blackbird.
I did not know.
I love how
I thought he was like on cereal boxes.
So did you immediately look it up? Because no,
but the guy told me.
I would think like you'd immediately like be on your phone like this guy's full of crap. There's no way Blackbeard's a real person.
I would have, but everybody in the goddamn carriage knew this but me. I go, how did I miss the whole Blackbeard period of America?
No, but it makes.
I didn't know we had pirates.
Yeah, what do you mean you didn't know we had pirates? Of course we had pirates.
Pirate ships, pirates. Like, first of all, it's Pirates of the Caribbean, not Pirates of South Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would not be a very good Johnny Depp movie. They end up at Clemson watching the game.
Yeah, I didn't think there was much like pirate activity on like the East Coast. I
Like,
always
I
thought like
thought,
they
like-
were in like I always pictured the pirates in like seas.
Yeah,
you know
like
what I mean?
Spanish
Yeah, yeah.
galleons and like off the coast of Florida.
You know that boats can go places.
No, I know, but I wouldn't
but,
think
like-
there's like as much, you don't hear about the treasure off the coast of South Carolina.
Right.
You hear about it like in the middle of,
The Keys, Cuba.
like all
Florida.
the
Cuba's 90 miles from Florida, you idiot.
all
Some
those
of
like
it.
My boat don't go that way. 90 miles. I don't know about Blackbird. Like, look at Charleston. I told like this now.
I was picturing like really tropical places.
Yes, thank you. Like,
You mean like Florida and Cuba?
no, but like
No, I'm
parrots on your shoulder and lawlessness. Like, different.
What about South Carolina in like the 1800s could be defined as lawless?
I thought they had laws and stuff. They had like constables like cracking ass.
You know that piracy wasn't legal, like at all times.
I will
Also-
say this.
okay,
they didn't do much about it because the dude moved.
I was just gonna say I wouldn't think a pirate stayed in one place
Right.
for long enough to have a history there.
It's like the Stones. They're always on tour.
And they all look like pirates.
Yes. But to your point, I didn't know like they had a house.
Yeah.
All right, there's a couple of things I want to bring up here before we get into the actual crux of the
Beards, my next door neighbors.
252 WCMF 252-9263 on carriage ride tour through Charleston. Yes. I do declare.
By the way, you can't feel any douchier than when you're in a carriage. It's the douchiest a man of my age can look.
They're pointing out where Blackbeard the pirate lives, right down there.
And all his pillaging.
Tommy was unaware that Blackbeard was a real person. So, like, I had said out loud, of course, Blackbeard the pirate, and you attack me.
I know he's a pirate, but I thought he's made up.
No, he's a real person. But, like, you attack me, and that's fine that you didn't know that. I don't know why you would know that. But, like, if everybody else in the carriage knew that, why would it be weird that I knew that? Like, I don't know why you're lashing out because you didn't know
because you're a wise ass.
Yeah, but did you even know, let's say you knew Blackbeard was a person. Like, it would be a surprising fact to find out he had a house in Charleston.
Yes, even that. Like, I didn't know to that point. Like, I didn't know we had pirates.
No, like, bro, there are places.
I mean, like, legitimate pirates, not like bandits, but like pirate ship with the big cross on it, with the skull going around.
Yeah, you should know this. And people listening to the show may know from, like, taking trips and vacations. There are several cities down the eastern seaboard that have, like, pirate festivals to celebrate
pirates. But I just thought that was because of the name of the sports.
Like, it was just a theme
so
they were going with.
Pittsburgh had pirates?
No, I don't know.
How'd they get down there?
You know, the river pirates.
Yeah, they come down there, they get a couple of kielbasa and hang out for the weekend.
I don't know if Pittsburgh had pirates.
But they're called the Pirates.
East Carolina's called the Pirates. Yeah. East Carolina University.
Okay, so did Tampa have pirates?
I'm sure they did.
Okay, I lived in Tampa. Never heard no pirate story.
Is Tampa? I can't believe. How far are you? I'm trying to picture where Tampa is.
Tampa's on the water. It's a Tampa Bay.
I'm thinking the access to because you get stuck in the bay. It's like police chasing a cul-de-sac. You idiot. Where are you going? Look, I know that. Here's why I enjoy this story so much, and it's strictly personal and petty. You said something back there. When you were describing this, you're in the carriage with a bunch of other, old folks.
And you say, age.
Yeah, you know how old folks are. When they find out something, they find out you don't know something, and they know something, they go off like car alarms, right? You just described yourself.
I couldn't go off, though.
No, but that's all you ever do. And you're annoyed by the people that are doing exactly what you do.
Yeah, because I got shamed, man. I got old person shame.
Okay. Here's the lesson.
I'm paying $40 for this privilege.
Wait, it was $40 a ticket?
I think it was almost $100 for the two of us.
Man, holy crap, that's piracy. Here's a lesson for you and for everyone listening to the show. Because you could have been okay. If you would have just sat there and nodded your head, everything would have been just fine. Yeah. But because you're an idiot and you also have to pop off like an old man.
Well, it was eating at me.
Why?
You know how it is. Because you're ashamed of yourself.
Okay, but if you're ashamed of yourself, shut up. Like, if you just would have sat there and nodded your head, everybody in that carriage would have believed.
Look who's telling me to shut up. What? Flappy Gums Magoo over here going to tell me to be quiet when you don't shut up.
My great-grandfather was Flappy Gums Magoo, and he came over.
He was a real guy?
He was almost attacked by Blackbeard on his way over from Ireland. No, man, like, all you have to do is just nod your head and listen. All you have to do is listen and take in the information. Like, you're on a historical tour where you're supposed to learn new things. And when you learn something new, you don't go, oh, you go, nah. Like, this man does that same tour 5 times a day, 5 days a week. Yeah. Wait, I would assume that guy knows more about this stuff than you do.
Sure he does.
But instead of listening going, wow, interesting, you want to argue with the tour guy.
Well, I'm not going to say anything.
You kind of did. You said it to your wife.
Well, that's different.
Kimmy.
She's like my personal tour guide through life.
I'm like, here's the thing, man.
And she knew stuff. And I'm like, how do you know more history than me? I watched this stuff. You don't even like it.
Well, apparently you're not watching enough pirate documentaries.
I gotta look it up. I didn't know they were in Pittsburgh.
252 WCMF 252-9263 on a Charleston tour in a carriage. Tommy found out that Blackbeard the pirate was a real person. They showed where he lived. He said out loud, "No, that's not a real person," to his wife. And then everyone around him started shouting out, "Blackbeard!"
Yes,
because that's all right. So Kimmy, you were unaware that Blackbeard was a real person too.
I guess I kind of thought it was just one of those things where it was like Blackbeard was like maybe based on a real pirate, but he wasn't like a real, like there wasn't a real Blackbeard guy that went by that name.
Yeah, it's like a myth.
Look, I'm not judging you for not knowing because it's
like the Headless Horseman or something.
Yeah, like I kind of thought it was one of those things where maybe he was like a ship captain and the stories just got out of control.
And that might be the case.
That could also be the case, but he did exist as a person. Yeah. Look, I'm not judging you for not knowing because everybody, even the smartest people in the world, are ignorant to things that other people should know. You just never found out. You're not from Charleston. It's not something that came up. It's your reaction to it. It is your reaction to it. You don't have to get mad when you find out a new fact.
Well, then I started, like, we're walking around, you know, because, like, usually when there's famous people from a town, it'll say, like, the hometown of.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I didn't see when I drove into hometown of Blackbeard. Established in like 1710.
Well, no.
And even like when I looked in like the souvenir shops,
Yeah.
like they had famous people on plates. I didn't see no Blackbeard plate.
No, but see, you're doing it. Again, instead of just nodding your head and going, oh, that's interesting, you're now trying to fight the history
Yes.
of America
Yes, I am.
because you didn't know that fact.
I did not.
And it's insane. Why don't you just let it go?
Because it bothers
No,
me.
but the more you speak.
Because like I'm 65 years old, I never got that information. Finally came to me.
Okay, this might be a dumb question, but now that you have all these facts, maybe you know, was Blackbeard American?
He didn't say.
No, he probably did. You were just telling your wife.
Oh,
no,
you think like he
No.
came
Well,
from
no,
Europe?
I'm wondering,
and then,
like, did he just end up in America
He
from
could've.
somewhere else, or was he from here and was an American pirate?
I don't know. He was established America because it was 1700, so they
Yeah, so
could have
I
come
mean,
over
yeah.
Oh yeah,
and then started bearding.
Kimmy, I
Or
guarantee.
he could have come over as a pirate. Like they
That's
could have
what I
like
mean.
That's what I mean.
that's what my question is.
yeah.
Where'd he come from?
Like a motorcycle gang, you know, they cruise up and down the coast.
I guarantee you, Kimmy,
Yeah.
that the person doing the tour covered all of this, and he was too busy going to his wife. No, he ain't a real person. That he missed He's looking around for plates with Blackbeard's face to argue with the man who does this for a living. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Joanne. Hey, Joanne, how are you? Oh, I'm sorry, Joanne, you there? Joanne, hold on. We're having some. Sit tight, Joanne. Let me try and put you back on hold while we figure this out. Let's see if Brad's working. Brad's on CMF. Hey, Brad, how are you, buddy? All right, hold on. We're having phone problems. Everybody stand by. Kimmy's going to figure this out.
Blackbeard. Screwing with the phone.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what
Man
he's done.
who died 200 years ago is screwing with the phones. Quit effing with the phones, Blackbeard.
Wait, he's dead?
You know, how do they do historical tours in the South?
Oh, I'll tell you how they do that, Pat. They kind of gloss over the bad parts.
But there's a lot of bad parts.
A lot of bad parts, but they're really good at kind of running past them really quick.
Can you give me an example?
So, like, we're going to the port area.
Yeah.
And they go, you know, this is one of the oldest ports on the eastern seaboard.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, to be you, right? Like Charleston was the most important port for the Confederacy during the Civil War.
But even back, it goes back to the Revolutionary War,
Okay.
like how this town was established, right?
Okay.
So this is a super asshole town.
Sure.
Old as America itself.
Right.
So they're showing you the port. And they'll go, yeah, this is the port, and they used to use this port to import and export things.
Oh, no kidding. Like what?
Much as like they would send out pineapples, they
Wow.
would import sugar, slavery, and then they would also do certain fishing, slavery, and then like they just zip past slavery, and then they just move on to the next thing. And they'll go, this house here, it was an area where it's not a library. We used to do slavery, and then now it's a Dunkin' Donuts. I mean, they just move past things.
It's so okay. Here's what I don't get because, like, oh, look, slavery obviously is one of the biggest black marks on what we do here.
Sure.
But like every part of this country has
bad history.
bad history attached to it, right? I mean, I don't think anyone would be upset if they were like, "This is where this happened and
Right.
it was horrible," right? Like,
Right.
Because
I
they
don't-
show you like where the actual Civil War started, right on that island, right? It's Sumter Island there.
Yeah.
And then
where Blackbird's summer home.
yeah. Well, not for long. So then they show you like they were taking us to the town area, and the guy goes, "Yeah, you know, a lot of this got bombarded during the war."
No kidding.
And they're I'm like,
Then that's
yeah. But they almost want to like feel sorry, like, yeah, man. Who brought that on them? Like, I get it, it's a war, but don't get pissed off that you started throwing hands and all of a sudden you get a bloody nose.
252 WCMF. All right, let's try the phones again.
Right.
Fingers crossed. Let's talk to Joanne. Hey, Joanne, how are you?
Hi. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we did it. Go ahead, Joanne. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I have to laugh because in Tampa, they have the Gasparilla Pirate Festival. Every year, it's one of the largest festivals in the world.
Yeah.
It's here. It goes. David and
1904.
Pirates. So 1904, you said.
Yep.
Wait, 1904 what?
It's been going since 1904.
But that doesn't mean there was pirates there. They just celebrate piracy.
It's huge. They bring out the boat that the pirates were on.
That's not a real boat, man. That's like Disney. That's not an actual
No,
pirate
they brought
boat.
haven't they brought those like ships?
Those are
Like
tall
ships,
ships.
similar style up this
But
way.
they're made up boats.
Those are tall ships.
Oh, I really, Joanne, I didn't know pirate ships had radar. in a full bar.
Hey, I forget, Joanne, what's the name of the football team that plays in Tampa Bay?
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
What's a Buccaneer, Tommy?
It's a pirate.
It's a pirate, you idiot.
But I didn't think they sometimes they're just names of things.
Okay. Joanne, I appreciate you bringing this up because you're doing it again. Like, Joanne gives you information.
Just because somebody throws a parade doesn't mean it actually happened.
Well, I would think, there's a theme here for a reason, right?
No, you're by the water. It's funny.
No, but like...
Let's celebrate people that raped and pillaged.
No, but again, let's talk this through. So I'm doing this for you, okay?
Right,
Joanne calls up and gives you an interesting piece of information in a city you used to live in. And you could have gone, oh, wow, that's interesting. But your immediate response was to fight Joanne with no information of your own and embarrass yourself again.
Right. Again, because I didn't think we had actual pirates.
Okay.
I just thought it was like a cute thing you put on a jersey.
No, but we just learned this. Joanne,
Menacing.
Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Like, you don't have to keep doing this to yourself. Don't do this to yourself. Just listen and go, wow, that's great. And maybe later you can get more information at your local library.
Always question the man. Man.
Wait, the Joanne man?
Joanne man.
Joanne. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Brad. Hey, Brad, how are you, brother?
Duffy.
Yo.
We had a discussion on Sunday about this moron you work with.
Okay.
Kimmy?
You saw me at the game. I have been trying to get you to come around, and I just want you to know he is completely lost. He claims he's been around forever. He lived in a city that is made with pirates, and he doesn't believe any of this. What is wrong with him?
City is made of pirates. All the buildings built with pirate bones. Them bones.
Pirate bones.
I mean, Brad, did you know Blackbeard was a real person? In all honesty.
No, he didn't. He didn't know.
Yes. It's history that we learned. Like, where was he? Oh, that's right. He was out drinking at, 12 years old?
I mean, look, I want to criticize him, but I can't. I wasn't that far off there, Brad.
Yeah, but he was feeding you beers at 15, bro.
This is true. But then again, we were also having beers together on Sunday, so I don't know where I'm supposed to stand here, Brad. I don't know where I'm supposed to stand.
Well, we're 38 years old now, too, Duffy.
Okay. Brad, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Okay, so people are sending me Blackbeard facts now.
What do we got?
His real name is Edward Teach.
Oh, so he's English.
Yep, he was an English pirate who
He's scum
operated around the West Indies and around the eastern coast of Britain's North American colonies. So that's why he was in Charleston.
That's weird because I don't know. How did he get from the West Indies to America? Oh, yeah, the ship. Yeah, they used to be pirates. Would you say
But he was in India.
the West Indies?
Yeah,
The
I
West
don't care.
Indies.
West, East, South, India.
No, it's not India. It's the West Indies.
How many Indias they got?
Born in-
I know the big one.
They called here India. Remember, they got here.
Well,
they were
who's that?
India.
Was that Gandhi guy?
That's the big India.
That's the big India.
This is the West Indies, which has nothing to do with India. West Indies.
Why do they call him West India?
It's like they didn't sign to a major label. They were just indies at the point. Yeah.
All right. So it's like a minor league India.
You got it. Like Nirvana signed with them, and then when Nevermind blew up, they got a major distribution.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
So also fun fact, he died of stab wounds and gunshot
Wait.
wounds.
He died violently?
Wait, stabbed
both,
and shot
yes.
at the
They
same
weren't messing
time?
around. They wanted his ass dead.
How'd they time that out? 1, 2, 3, go! All right, look, man. Again, I say this because you're my boy.
Yeah, please.
You're my boy.
Please help me, Pat.
No, just all you have to do is listen and go, oh, interesting. That's all you have to do. That's a normal human being thing to do.
I did a lot of that.
No, you didn't. You just screwed it up again with Joanne.
Man.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Your dad,
My dad?
Tommy, would believe this is okay.
The black-bearded fathers should have been stabbed and shot.
He doesn't sound like a real person either.
It's true.
And this man, bless you, Kimmy, in this story, he's not a young man.
All right, but he was doing like my dad type stuff.
That's what's so crazy about the story. If the allegations are true, what happened out in Canandaigua,
Yeah.
even this man is too young for the argument of, well, when I was your age, ladies like
Okay.
this thing. And we'll tell you what he's accused of.
All right.
Next here at the break room on CMF. You can't justify this today.
No.
I mean, really, you never could justify it, although people of a certain age claim this is how you're supposed to deal with women.
Old school.
Oh, ho, 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 ho.
Super old school.
Bro, this is the oldest of old school.
All right.
That being said, this guy in this story, the accused, he is a little up there in age. Even he is too young to claim, well, this is how we did things back in the day.
Okay.
Because what we need to decide in this story, if the allegations are true, is what this man thinks he saw to get the green light to pull this move.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, as you hear, Tommy is back from Charleston, and he's come bearing gifts.
Oh, you do?
Well, Blackbeard facts. And you can head to the contest page right now at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Outlaw Music Festival. Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, and John Mellencamp.
Man, what a lineup.
All three of them look like pirates now.
Oh, yeah, they sure do.
That show's coming to Darien Lake Amphitheater September 17th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. Just after 7:45, Bill's quick turnaround Thursday night, prime time in Miami. Yesterday, we got some good news and some bad news.
Yikes.
And normally, this kind of good news would outweigh the bad news. But, Kimmy, this bad news player, that is some bad news.
Good.
It's like the worst team to have this bad news against. And we'll tell you just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story, Tommy, comes to us from Canandaigua.
What happened?
It happened last Tuesday night at an apartment complex. Police say an employee of the apartment complex was called to an apartment to perform maintenance for a resident. And after he entered the apartment, the female who lived there had her ass grabbed by the maintenance worker.
He did a little goosing.
He gave an ass grab to someone who he was called to work on their apartment.
Okay.
So there are so many questions we have to answer here. But we'll start with one valuable piece of information that matters to this story.
Okay.
Tommy, if you had to guess how old a guy who would allegedly do something like this is, your shot would be?
75.
Okay, that's a great call. Great call.
And that's still too young, because anybody who thinks that it's okay should be dead.
The suspect is 53 years old.
53.
Oh, that's
And
a
look-
weird age.
Look, I know there are people listening going, well, 53, that sounds about right. Okay, no, because a 53-year-old would have been born in 1971, meaning he would have turned 21 in 1992, and I was around in 92, and I don't remember a lot of unsolicited ass grabbings, right?
Yeah.
Tommy, your dad's age guys were the ones grabbing asses, right?
They thought it was funny.
Yeah. You said it yourself, like most of those guys have been dead over a decade.
I have a picture of my father grabbing an ass at a party I threw in Webster on our back deck. And it was family. Other side. My wife's side.
I got it. It still doesn't make it okay.
I know. But he thought it was funny.
Do we know the age of the woman?
No, we do not.
Oh.
We do not know the age of the woman. We only have the 53-year-old who allegedly grabbed the ass.
But he also thought, like, I wonder how, like,
That's what I was wondering. Like, did he think this woman was, like, interested in him?
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Like, where you would think that this would be, like, something
Right.
she would be into?
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Along the lines of that question, if the allegations are true, what the hell did this man see?
Yeah,
where
what was the thought process there?
He thought this was a good idea because you're already in a spot where professionalism.
Yeah,
is
you're
of-
working.
Yeah, it's of the
You're
utmost
the maintenance
importance.
man.
And not only
You're
are you,
Snyder.
not only nobody got that.
You got it.
Oh yeah, because I'm sad. I know Blackbeard facts.
It's Snyder flag.
Snyder facts.
How about Snyder, also from Charleston?
Not only is he working, he's also alone with a woman inside of her apartment.
Her house.
Right? Okay. So if we're being honest, guys don't have the strongest track record, Tommy, when it comes to knowing if a woman is being nice to them or if they are into them.
Mm-hmm.
But even if this man believed that he and the woman were hitting it off and there was some kind of energy there, why would you go with ass grab first?
Yeah, it's not a good move.
I mean, that's the understatement of the century. But like, think of
I mean,
how
it's
many
possible.
things.
It's possible he was flirting prior to that and not reading the room.
No, I understand.
But
I
for
understand.
that to be a go-to move.
Your first
Yeah.
physical contact with this woman, even
She
if you
gonna
are
dig it.
I see what you're
flirting,
saying.
right? Like, there's like 7 things that should come before unsolicited ass grab.
Yes.
Fair? Mm-hmm. Right? Like, how many dates, Tommy, would you have to go on with a woman where you wouldn't get nervous grabbing her ass?
Oh my God! I mean, you would have to be fully intimate.
So
Like
you're saying-
you would have to like lay down multiple times.
So multiple sexual
And I still
encounters.
wouldn't do it.
Really?
No.
Kimmy, do you agree you would have to have multiple sexual encounters before an unsolicited ass grab would be
And I mean
appropriate?
full
because-
encounters. Like mission complete.
No, I got it.
Like the Apollo missions. You got to go all the way up to like Apollo 13 batch before you touch an ass.
So you're telling me, Kimmy, I'm asking you sincerely,
Yeah.
just for the sake of men listening. Let's say
No,
you go
I
out
think
with a
you
guy.
have to be intimate to some extent for that to be a casual thing.
Okay, so
Right.
let's say you're going on a third date with a guy. You haven't been intimate yet. You've hung out at his place, maybe a little makeout sesh, whatever.
Right, no sex.
No sex, but you're walking out of a bar and he grabs you on the ass.
I mean, you've already established that you are physically attracted to this person by making out with them, so maybe the ass grab wouldn't be quite as strange, and that's
So tongue has to be in mouth before you can touch the ass.
Well, I don't even know.
Why did that
I don't think
sound
we should establish that as like a universal
Yeah.
rule because
But I'm
everybody
just
has
saying,
to.
like,
Intimate.
at
We're
least-
trying to establish what is
At
intimacy.
least you know she's into you at that point.
So, do
It's
you
not a
consider
guessing game.
making out intimacy?
Yeah,
Because I don't think so. I think that's leading to the big stuff.
yeah.
But that's just an opening act.
But couldn't you argue though that her making out with you at least means that she finds you attractive?
Yes,
and
but
she
I
wants
don't-
to be physically intimate with you.
But you ain't there yet.
Yeah, there's a bunch of chicks that made out with me that had no intention of sleeping with me.
No, I'm not
I can
saying.
give you a list.
Oh, I'm not saying. No, I thought we were talking about the ass grab.
No, I am.
Because she's got to be
my point
comfortable with
is-
you.
Yes. The point you're making is you, Kimmy,
She
say
would feel comfortable enough to do that with you. I would think, like, even if it was a little bit out of the ordinary, she would still be okay.
It's
with
a little
butt grab.
demeaning.
Oh, and I mean, yes. If you're not in a committed relationship with someone, I believe it
Yeah.
is demeaning, right? No, but I think we're having two separate arguments here. The argument A is a make out enough where an unsolicited ass grab would be okay, and B is making out intimacy.
Because you haven't even touched her pubic hair. You've just made out with her.
What's that?
I don't.
I think because you've been down in
No, I'm asking what
you're
pubic
on,
hair is.
You're in the red zone.
I'm 38 years old. I don't know what that is.
The pubic zone.
The
You know when
pubic-
they show you with that razor with that lady in a commercial? You got to be below that line.
Isn't that where all the low prices are now when I
Yeah.
go grocery
You
shopping?
got to be like Josh Allen, like reaching that hand over to get in there.
252 WCMF.
Now that we've turned off the entire audience.
What do you mean?
259. No,
It's pubic hair.
the second they heard his voice, they were turned off. Like I could hear
On the
women's
pubic hair
vaginas.
voices.
I could hear women's vaginas shutting.
You know that sound quite well.
A 53-year-old man has been arrested after police say while working as a maintenance man in an apartment complex, he was called to perform maintenance for a female resident. While he was doing that, police say he grabbed her ass. He's been charged with forcible touching. He's got a court date up. He's 53 years old. 53. He would have turned 21 in 1992.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not saying it was okay back in the day, but there was an argument from those guys
Yes.
that would be dead now. That's how you do it.
They thought it was cute.
Yeah, you're
Like a little goosen.
Give it a little goose. You gotta let her know you're interested.
Right.
Keep her in line.
I would also think if you're somebody in your 50s that did something like this, it wasn't your first time giving it a try.
I don't think you're dipping in the squeezing waters first at 53.
Right. So
Like
I
you grew
would've-
up on MTV. You're not an old schooler.
No, you didn't. I mean, you were around. You didn't turn 21 until MTV was
Yeah.
what 10 years old.
Right.
Oh. So yeah, I would think you would have learned your lesson about doing this beforehand.
Like all the stories I know, it's like super old dudes that are long gone.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine. Like if a buddy
I
of
couldn't
mine.
imagine, seeing that happen.
Like if I'm in a bar and my buddy right now like grabs a woman's ass who he doesn't know.
Yeah.
That's
you
a
no
problem.
longer want to hang
Yeah.
out with that buddy.
Yeah.
I want nothing to do with this.
No, I'm with you 100%. So there's another uncomfortable thought with this story.
What's that?
Because it sounds like, based on the details of the story, this woman was alone in her apartment when it happened.
Very, very vulnerable.
You got it. It's just her
Yeah.
and a 53-year-old man that was
And a
supposed to
toolkit.
help her. Let me ask you something. Are you cool with repairmen, plumbers, anybody coming over and doing stuff in your house while your wife is there alone?
Yeah, because I figure it's a business. They're not going to risk their business over something stupid and lose their job, maybe possibly go to jail. So I figure if you're a professional, that's why you're here.
Okay, so the owner of that business, absolutely. You're right, like that guy. But, I mean, people have
Yeah.
employees, right? I mean, this guy was an employee of the apartment complex.
I'm shocked because I would not think that somebody would be that dumb to pull a move like that.
Samesies. And look, I didn't even think about this until I saw this story.
But it's almost impossible because you can't be around all the time when you need stuff done around your house.
Are there men that don't want their wives home alone when someone comes over to do something? Are there women who prefer that somebody else is there when somebody comes over to the house? Because, I mean, look, I would understand it as we're having this
Yes.
discussion.
Might depend on what it is, though, because if it's something where it's like, this is an emergency, I need somebody over here ASAP to fix this before, my house is flooded or whatever, you're probably just like, yeah, somebody get here immediately. I don't care.
Let me ask you a question, because you are, you're not the most vulnerable person in the room, Kimmy, but you are the only woman.
You're true.
Is there something you could see in someone walking up your driveway where you'd get nervous with them walking in the door?
You know what? The first thing I look for it, I know that this isn't always like the telltale sign, but like the car that they pull up in. Like if they pull up in a car and it's wrapped in their business,
like a
and
work
stuff,
truck,
like a work truck, like I feel a little bit better about it than if they're just pulling up in some sketchy vehicle with no markings, no nothing. They don't have anything that says out loud that they work for a business. I'd be a little bit more.
But you did hire them.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you don't. I mean, how many? You've been around long enough where you have like relationships with everyone you call over to the house. I don't have that. Right?
Yeah.
I just have to call a place. But it's funny what these businesses do, and I didn't even connect the dots until this story. We had to call an electrician like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So the guy comes over, and before he comes over, I get a text an hour before. He goes, he'll be here in an hour. It's a picture of the dude.
Yeah.
It's him, his name, like his hobbies, says he has like 3 daughters, and it's a picture of him and his kids.
There's a profile.
And where he lives.
Okay.
Right?
That's pretty
So
buttoned
you
up.
feel like you're meeting this guy before he even shows up.
Exactly,
Yeah.
but I remember pointing to my wife. I'm like, hey, I just need you to fix the light. I don't need you to do all this stuff. And now it makes perfect sense. I'm
it does
sure
make sense.
my wife would see that and be like, oh, he's a father. He's a professional.
Yeah.
I have all his background information in case something were to happen. I mean, it's that level of comfort.
Yeah. I never think of it.
Well, I mean, but here's the thing.
Right.
It must be enough of a problem where this business did because they're the ones that
All
did
right.
this unsolicited. So there must be plumbers and carpenters and electricians who are aware that walking in that house with someone by themselves makes them uncomfortable, right?
I'm sure they're almost trained for it.
I mean, this guy has to lose his job, right?
I'm surprised he's not going to jail for assault.
Well, I mean, he was arrested for
Yeah, he's done.
forcible touching.
I'm sure he's fired. How could you bring that guy back?
No, I mean, I'm asking out loud. I don't know. I mean, he was on the job, and you would think it
Yeah.
would be done. I mean, you can't put that guy in a
No.
room with somebody else, right?
No.
It also really sucks for the next person coming in to do that
Yeah.
job.
Yes, 'cause you got-
Pierce coworker.
You got his stink on your ass.
And like they're gonna have to. Well, I mean, if you're gonna have stink anywhere, I mean, it's
Yeah,
probably a place to put
Yeah,
it.
it does get stinky.
Yeah. But like they're gonna have to probably change like protocols.
Oh, yeah.
There's
You
going to
might
be
have
an
to
email,
send-
a training
Yeah.
seminar.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Like
that's
those ones we have to watch on TV or the emails.
on TV or the emails.
Whatever you get them on.
Online?
Yeah, that thing.
You did
Well,
it
it's like a
again.
little TV.
You're watching the online emails again.
Yes.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dave. Dave says, the only time I almost got in a fight in my life is when my cousin palmed my wife's ass at a family reunion.
Wait, cousin touching?
I had his father and my father hold me back, and they threw him out. I haven't seen him since, but if I do, he's getting punched in the face. Wait a minute. That's not. You just said your dad did essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
Right?
It sounds worse when somebody else says it.
Man, that's balls.
But it's that ball. You can grab them too, bro. So back at the old station, that was 1993.
Okay.
This went on, and everybody laughed. Yes, but we were outlaw radio.
Okay. Yeah, like by definition.
Like we should have been outlaws.
I'm walking through this in my head. Like, let's say I even had the urge to grab a woman's ass whom I don't know, right? You're not afraid of her reaction?
But just cold cocking you.
And, Kimmy brings up a second. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Kimmy brings up a second ago, you would assume this guy at 53, this isn't the first time, if the allegation is true, he's grabbing asses, right? But it may be the first time somebody called the cops.
Yes.
But, like, let's say I reach that hand out and I squeeze, and this woman makes a massive deal out of it. Forget getting punched in the face. I'm now being embarrassed in
Makes
front
a
of
scene.
a room full of people.
Yeah.
Why would you want to risk that?
And what do you think is going to happen? Like, she's going to be so into you that just you touching her ass just turns her on. I wouldn't make babies with you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Johnny. Hey, Johnny, how are you, buddy?
What's up, guys? Welcome back, Tommy. Glad the talent's here. Hey, when
is
I
this
worked
Johnny
in the
Grabs?
When I worked in the hospitality industry, I had my ass grabbed. It was one of the greatest days of my life.
What was his name?
No, a lady called me up to her room. got in the
This
room
is a
because she wanted
porn
to
we
complain
watched.
about something, took her robe off, was completely naked. I said, I'm sorry I have to leave. She grabbed my ass, but I walked down that hall feeling like $1 million.
And from that moment, Tommy's mother was never allowed at that hotel again. Johnny, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. See,
That didn't happen.
Let's say it did. Let's say it did. Because
It happens in porn.
even ugly me has had old women grab my ass. This is the disconnect. Because guys are not vulnerable.
Right.
Most
He
of the time.
wasn't scared of that woman
Right.
Exactly.
if that happened.
Exactly. And I mean, look,
It's different rules, man.
when it comes, but it's you say it like it's like that's like not fair. I'll go
Well,
even further.
no. I think it's completely fair.
Like I mean, look, men are more sexually. Again, we're not sexually vulnerable. Where like it's going to be a problem if something goes wrong here. You know what I mean? So I get why you would think a woman grabbing your ass is the greatest thing in the world. It's not an equivalency, man.
Of course not.
All right, let's take a break. I'm sorry, everybody at home. We got to move on. We were rambling too much about ass grabbings. All right, the Bills' quick turnaround. Thursday night.
Tough game.
In Miami. It is.
Boy.
It is going to be a tough game. They say this every year, and then it turns out not being a tough game. But we got good news, and we got bad news.
You said the bad news bad.
Well, okay, look, normally the good news we got would far outweigh any other bad news, but against this team specifically, the bad news is very bad. And we'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on CMF. Got some good news and some bad news.
Ooh, what's the good news?
Any other week for Bills fans, the good news would far outweigh the bad news. And maybe it still does. But the bad news we got yesterday, especially with this team coming up in 2 days, is really bad news.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, quick turnaround for the Buffalo Bills. They are playing Thursday night in prime time against the Miami Dolphins. It's an Amazon exclusive game, so if you don't have Amazon Prime, you got to go watch it somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You know where you should watch it.
Where would I go?
How about the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chili?
On a Thursday?
That's right. I'm going to be hanging out there.
Ooh, party the Pat Machine.
Party the Pat Machine. Tommy came back with a tan and dyslexia.
Close.
I'll be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room at Chili. Delicious food, fantastic drink specials.
You're going to enjoy it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With a little Caesar salad. Dress it on the side. Hold the croutons.
We'll see you Thursday night for a big Bills primetime matchup with your friends at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chili. With the WCMF home field advantage on CMF. By the way, you weren't here yesterday to recap your picks from last week.
Yeah.
You went 2-2-1. And we were being generous with 2-2-1.
Cool.
Oh, thank you for being
very generous.
So I won.
You went 2-2-1.
2-2-1 get you into the playoffs in hockey.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Yes,
Everybody.
Yes,
it does.
Yes, it does. The Bills game on Sunday had injury issues continue. And it's just mind-boggling how this keeps happening. Now, remember, we're already without linebacker Matt Milano until at least November. So the arguably most important player on the defense became nickel corner Teron Johnson. He left the game 7 plays in with a forearm injury on Sunday. Also, Josh Allen injured his non-throwing hand on that leap over Budda Baker for that go-ahead touchdown, final touchdown there. Okay,
How's the hand?
Good news and bad news.
Right.
Good news. Sean McDermott said in his press conference yesterday, Josh's hand has been cleared. He is good to go against Miami.
Right.
He will be playing. The bad news, Teron Johnson will not be playing.
So his forearm's that messed up?
Yes, he's already been ruled out against the Dolphins
Sounds
Thursday.
like they
How's he
don't
gonna
really
take a nap?
know. Sorry, I stepped on your
No, you
joke.
should have stepped on it. You should have kept talking.
Sounds like they don't.
I didn't even do the wacky hand job thing.
You
Can I say
can't
that?
say that, you idiot.
Well, I can't say the last part.
But the wacky's okay.
Yeah,
It's the
you can
last
say
part.
wacky.
Okay. What you were saying?
I don't think. It sounds like they don't know the extent of that injury. Like they don't know how serious it is, which is never a good sign.
So in the game, he wasn't ruled out until the third quarter. Like it happened 7
Still
plays
evaluating
in.
it.
Yeah, and like he was just standing on the sideline. He was on the sideline for a while until they ran him back. Because my seats are right there, no big deal.
Yeah. So who's taking over?
Cam Lewis, and I mean he's a serviceable nickel corner. Like don't get me wrong, but
Miami's going to eat him up.
look, the Bills run this specific defense that they do because of Teron Johnson. They created a position for him. That's what an impact player he is. He's the guy who had the pick 6 against Baltimore in the playoffs, right? He has had an uncountable amount of big plays against the Chiefs.
He's good.
I mean, he's the best nickel corner in the NFL. He makes the way the defense plays play that way.
So now they're off balance.
And, well, not only that, you're playing a very
lot of
formidable,
speed.
fast offense in Miami. I mean, Tua Tagovailoa threw for almost 400 yards on Sunday. I mean, a comeback win against Jacksonville.
Yeah. That score, when I saw the highlights from that game, and then I saw the score, and I was like, wait, what?
I know.
I thought they put up like 40 points.
I mean, Miami has a tendency to do this stuff. So, along with this, and I want to make sure everybody is ready for this game on Thursday.
This doesn't sound good, man.
Well, it gets worse.
Jesus Christ.
If you go with recent history, if you want to look to recent history.
But I thought Josh owns the Dolphins.
He does.
Short week, though. It's just a weird football week.
Short week on the road against a divisional opponent
On a
is
Thursday.
murder. To make it even
But
worse.
the weather should be comfortable. It should be like 95.
But it's dark. We did look
Yeah,
out there.
at least they're not
It's
baking
still
in the sun.
95 in the dark.
If you look to recent history to see how the Bills may do on Thursday night, it's also not great news. In the last 2 seasons, your Buffalo Bills have lost their first divisional game in each of those seasons. They lost to the Jets opening night last year. They lost to the Dolphins opening game against them 2 years ago. That was the Ken Dorsey smashes everything Heat game.
Oh, the Heat Bowl.
Yeah, you got
Right.
it. I mean, we know that in both seasons they ended up winning the division.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, it all worked out. But in this moment, with the Teron news, with the history of division, with a short week, divisional game on the road, You don't got a lot going for you.
What, are the Dolphins banged up too, though?
So they did lose a couple of running backs who may not play on Thursday, but I'm not worried about the running backs. I'm worried about the passing game there. I mean, you got to get – the good news is –
Well, it's like Tyreek Hill. That's who you got to worry about.
Well, I mean, Jalen Waddle can play. I mean,
Yeah, but that dude's like – he scored 2 touchdowns, and he didn't have a good morning.
Yeah, I understand,
That
but
was a weird day for him.
I mean, taking everything out that happened that morning, he never really plays well against the Bills. He doesn't really play well against good teams,
All right.
Tyreek Hill.
All right.
Now, it's not all doom and gloom.
What's the good news?
All right, the good news, well, again, Josh will be playing.
All right.
That's the most important thing. And I guess when you say it out loud,
Yeah.
of course, the Josh Allen news outweighs the Teron Johnson news. Fine. But if the Bills need motivation, you ready for this?
What?
They are 1.5-point underdogs to the Dolphins on
It's gonna be
Thursday.
a close game.
1.5 points.
Yeah.
Has it been over 5 years since the Bills weren't favored against the Dolphins in any game they've played?
Well, I know they've beat the Dolphins, but they were always favored in those games.
5 years. Think about it. Like, because 5 years ago when the Bills were jumping on, the Dolphins were not good. The last couple of years, Dolphins players were upset that they weren't. Remember they wore the meme T-shirt with the man that Josh made fun of later?
Yeah. Then they tried the T-shirt thing again and it didn't work out for them.
I mean, the Bills were favored going into that last game of the season, right? On the road. I think they were favored. This has to be the first time in half a decade the Bills aren't favored against
You're a
Miami.
road dog?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, being a road dog is fine, but being a dog against a team that, like you said, you have their number.
Yeah. But they are good, like you said.
I mean, no, they play well
And
against.
that Tua's, he's pretty good.
No, he's not. They play well against bad teams. That's their MO.
Yeah, but I mean, you've been saying for the last week, we don't really still know what this Bills team looks like. I mean, you played a team in Arizona that wasn't supposed to be very good. Still kind of a close game.
Fair argument. But we've also had the discussion before on this show that there are some teams that just have other teams' numbers. And I'll give an example with the Bills.
Right.
No matter who is coaching the Jets, who plays on that defense, for some reason, the Jets always play really well against the Bills, no matter how bad they are.
step up.
Yes. And it seems, Kimmy, since Josh Allen got here, the Bills are that to the Dolphins.
Yeah, but occasionally that team is going to win, right? Like you're not going to beat them every single time, unless you're the Patriots of 10 years ago.
I'm just saying. I mean, look, I'm not nervous about the game. I was just shocked to see that the Bills were 1.5-point underdogs, especially after Miami didn't really impress last week. They scored 17 points, 20 points, whatever it was.
Yeah, but you said that kid threw for 400 yards.
Yeah, but again, he did it against. I mean, it's Jacksonville.
All right.
Okay.
But I thought Jacksonville was good.
They missed the playoffs last year.
But they got the long-haired kid.
Yeah, he's not playing well. He did not play well against Miami.
Wow. All right.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. It's very confusing to me.
No, well, I mean, look, everything will start to come into focus, like we've talked about, in a couple of weeks, right? It's possible.
Well, they got a Monday night game after that.
Yeah, the Jacksonville comes to town, the team we just talked about.
I hear they suck.
No, I'm not saying they suck.
I
I'm
heard
saying
slop ass. Slop ass kid.
We got former Bills Gabe Davis and Mitch Morris coming back to town.
Oh, boy.
By the way, did you guys watch any of the Monday Night Football game last night?
I just watched
Saw a little bit of it, yeah.
Boy, whatever.
Well, no, I'm just saying the Jets are favored to win the division.
Yeah, they got it roughed up.
Bro. So roughed up that they pulled Aaron Rodgers healthy out of the game.
Wait, they just...
They did?
Yes.
Is it Tyrod?
Yep.
Was that because they were losing?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
No, but that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, you're on the road. Tyrod,
So that had to be late in the game then.
The Jets scored 2 touchdowns yesterday. One of them was scored by Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah, with one lung.
I can't believe he's still around.
I can't believe Aaron Rodgers is still around, but that's a debate for another day. He did not look good last night. Did not.
I didn't think he looked... I thought he was going to look a lot worse coming off like a really hard injury to get over.
He had one drive. He had one drive that looked good, and the rest of the game they couldn't do anything. So right now, this division is wide open.
Okay.
Wide open. New England beats Cincinnati opening night. Wow.
I thought Cincinnati, they're supposed to be good.
Burrow looks terrible. I think that he's too hurt forever. I think that he's damaged goods.
He's like shell-shocked or something?
I don't know.
Didn't look good.
They haven't been themselves.
And then, every team, it's,
So it's
the Jets are the only team with a loss.
All right, so the Bills are in good shape if they can pull this off.
Yeah, obviously. You got to win
everybody else
games.
is kind of iffy.
Yeah, you got it. I mean, Patriots aren't going to do much. Yeah, you get a game over the Dolphins early, but again, like if it doesn't go your way on a short week divisional thing, it's okay. We've been
Yeah, but it's just one of those things at the end of the season, it comes back to bite you in the ass. If you would have won that game, you would have won the better position.
Yeah, that's how wins. That's how wins and losses work.
That's what sucks.
Yeah, I understand. That's how wins and losses work in football.
Because everybody goes, well, it's a long season, but it ain't.
No, but I mean,
it's a short ass season.
Yeah, okay, fair.
It's 18 games.
Look, man. Look, deep breaths. Everything will come into focus.
I'm nervous
over the next couple of weeks. I'm just giving you the information. You do what you want with it.
All right.
1.5 point dogs, free money, baby.
I'm paying for this goddamn show. It better be good.
Well, if you, like I said, you can come watch the game with me at Bill Gray's on Thursday out there in Charlotte, right? Because it is Amazon. You got to go somewhere to watch it. But if you're someone that doesn't want to be around alcohol, that really limits, bless you, the scope of where you can go.
Yeah, what, church?
That is until now. Because there is a place that is opening west of us that is considering those types of people. And I wonder, in all sincerity.
But is it a bar?
Kinda.
A kind of bar?
I wonder if these became...
Like my first wife was kind of a slut? Kinda.
I wonder if these became, like, in every town, if these showed up in every town, if they'd work.
Doesn't sound like fun.
We'll get into it next year at the break room. On 96.5 WCMF. We take for granted some of the places we're able to go.
Really? Like
Well,
what?
for example, Thursday night, Bills game. I'm going to be at.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be at the tap room in Tri-Life.
Go
Builder's
anyway.
Tap Room, right? The game's on Amazon Prime, like we said. So if you don't have it, you need to go out.
Right.
However, there are people, Tommy, who can't go to the bar. It would create a big problem for them. They have no place to go.
Okay.
Well, they had no place to go because this new project, born out of what seems necessity, could be a good idea for everyone and a test of what your favorite part of going out is.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Tommy is back from Charleston. We're already sick of him. We'll jump right into this story. Tommy, let me introduce you to the recovery station.
Oh, God. This is not going to work.
Can you let me talk before you start? You don't even know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, man. 22 days, man. Haven't touched it.
Why,
And I don't even miss it.
That's amazing. That's great. Good
I
for
don't
that
even miss it.
person.
That's why I bring it up. I don't miss it.
I'm going to talk to Kimmy now.
Okay.
Never felt better.
The recovery station is a brand new joint out in Batavia, and it's a very interesting idea.
So is it a dry bar?
Tommy, there are people we know who quit drinking.
Yeah.
Right? Some of them cannot go to places where they serve alcohol
Can't
because if
handle
they do, yes, they won't be ex-drinkers anymore. And that sucks because there are lots of things that happen at bars and restaurants that they get left out of. The recovery station, Tommy, calls itself a social club. And yes, it is essentially a bar with no booze.
A dry bar.
Yeah. The guy who runs it is the director of recovery services for a place called UConnect Care. And this
And, you know,
place,
he is a load of laughs.
this place is for people in recovery, but it's not just for people in recovery. They seem to have everything you would have at every other bar.
Yeah, except that one thing.
Yes, exactly. That's
Fun.
That's the design. Well, why are you not going to be there? Because that's fun night. Their grand opening is scheduled for September 20th.
Yeah.
They will have 2 bands playing that night, along with
Why?
free food. They also have NFL Sunday ticket. Sunday they had the Bills game, and they say they will have the games on all season long until the Super Bowl. And based on the story we have, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, it's designed for people in recovery, but not just for people in recovery. And if I got that wrong, tell me.
Well, you got pregnant people too.
You got pregnant. Put that on a t-shirt.
Well, I was just thinking of
some
other
of 'em are
people
girls.
that can't drink for whatever reason. Because it could be like a health issue that's keeping you from drinking. It
Sure.
could be, like there are a lot of other things other than simply, being a recovering
Religion, you don't drink?
alcoholic for why you can't drink.
But those people, like those other people we're talking about, pregnant, religion, health stuff, you can go to, those people can go to a bar and just say no thank you.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, places like this.
But there's no temptation.
Bingo,
Right,
you got it.
right.
All right. 252-WCMF, why do you immediately, before I even described what it was, have a problem with this idea?
It sounds like it's just boring.
Nobody's asking you to
It's
go.
called your house. Like it's like you're 13 watching the game.
I don't have a band at my house. I don't have
Yeah.
big screen
No, but it's
TVs.
like-
I mean, it's
I'm gonna have a
it's-
big cookie and a milk.
Yeah, what's the problem?
You're out having some fun.
I think that there are definitely people that will use this and think it's awesome. My only question, because there are other businesses like this that seem to be popping up more and more, is there a big enough market for it that it'll keep you in business?
So it doesn't sound like this is an actual business. Now, I'm not entirely sure because, again, the story is vague about what they are. It
Well,
sounds,
it sounds like he's attached to people that are in recovery in a system.
I
Right, but
literally- yeah.
I guess I'm talking about I have seen like dry bars opening.
Okay,
you know
but
what I mean?
it doesn't seem like this place
Okay.
makes mocktails
Oh,
either.
yeah.
It sounds like it's just like
so it's
food,
just
like
food.
soft drink
Okay,
stuff
I
like that,
gotcha.
right? Right.
I
So
Yeah,
gotcha.
there's no hint of like this is an actual cocktail.
exactly. So you're telling me if you had a friend that couldn't drink, couldn't be around,
You know, I got him.
you wouldn't go to this place for them.
I would, but
No,
it
you
went-
wouldn't, you liar, because you ended your friendship. You ended your friendship with a guy that couldn't drink because you couldn't go to a bar with him.
I wouldn't say I ended the friendship with my buddy.
Oh.
His alcoholism.
Oh,
and
wait.
his inability to control himself.
You're kidding
And I
me.
don't blame the kid.
You're kidding me right now.
I get it, man.
Wait, no, he was controlling himself. He wasn't drinking. Your alcoholism is what stopped that relationship.
My alcohol's still going strong.
That's what I mean.
He dropped off.
You like that guy.
He was one of my best friends.
And because he couldn't go to a bar anymore and you didn't want to sit in a coffee shop,
Bro, we had
you
no-
ended the
But you know,
friendship.
all right, man. Can you imagine? You just went and had a fun day at the Bills game, right?
Yeah.
And you
What, I got after it, yeah. Sure.
Imagine you and your brother going to that Bills game, 0 alcohol.
I've
You-
done
and
it.
you go there at 8:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
And you just stand around and talk.
I've done it. I
There are
like
a lot
it.
of people that do that.
Why?
Well, you always, if
You're not
you
getting a
go
buzz
with a
on.
group, you always have somebody that's driving that will volunteer
I
to
was
be.
figuring his day's miserable.
Okay,
Because
so
there's nothing worse than being a sober guy around drunk people.
But when there's something like entertaining, like a game going on, it's not the
But you don't
worst
go to
place to be sober.
But it's 8:00 in the morning. You ain't going to that game till 1.
No, but you get to grill food.
walk around,
snack.
hang out, have fun, talk about the game. See, here's what I'm hearing, because you and I, Kimmy, are on the same page here. Like, Kimmy, you would have no problem going to a place like this if a friend wanted to go?
No.
When's the last time you didn't see some kind of
I
influence
told you, like,
in her
I
hand?
honestly don't. I
the
don't
gummy
drink.
queen all of a sudden has become.
No, I would not
Straight-
do that in public. That's the worst if you're somebody that's paranoid about things.
No, but you enjoy your life.
Yeah, she does. That's why she can do this stuff without any alcohol.
No,
or marijuana.
I told you, like, I don't know
Nobody
what
can
you're
hear
doing.
you right now, right?
They can see
It's like
stuff.
700 people are like, why is he having a stroke right now?
I have like really cut back on drinking, and I thought like I would miss it the most in social situations, but I find that like I'm okay. Like as long as like I have
you?
something in my hand to drink, whether it's like some kind of like flavored water or something. Like it's more like the act of having something in my hand that I miss.
Yeah, I get it.
That rather than actually getting drunk.
No, I mean, like, look, when I go with my wife, and you have this problem too. Like, I like to drink. I have to watch how much I drink, because you know this. Like, I can have one or I can have 40.
But it's not fun.
I have fun. Like, we went out to Scott and Sandy's 25th anniversary at Three Heads a couple nights ago, and they have that hop water at Three Heads. It tastes like beer, but it's water, and it's great because I got to have my one beer because I know myself. And I drank hop water all night, and I had a blast. It was great. Why are you laughing?
Hop.
Have you ever tried it? Like, not the hopped water. Tried like going somewhere sober.
No.
Like, because here's what I'm
Like where
hearing.
you're just like, I don't think I'm gonna pass on drinking tonight. I don't feel like it.
No,
like you've
I
never had that thought in your head.
No, I like my drinking.
All right, so here's
That's
what
why I'm out.
I just would think at some point, like you're just curious what it's like without it.
Here's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I was 13.
You were drinking at 13.
Yeah, kind of.
252 WCMF. I see you guys on hold. Sit tight, because I do want to ask this question of Tommy. We're talking about this new place out in Batavia. It's called the Recovery Station.
Closed.
And again, I don't think it's a business. It's a social club. It's essentially a bar with no booze, although there's no like mocktails or anything. It's just like food and soft drinks. They have bands that are coming out. They have it's a place you can go to watch football all season long. And the person who runs it is also connected to, it sounds like, a recovery center.
I will say, if you get your ass punched at that bar, you deserve it. you ain't got nothing to blame at your own mouth.
So here's what I'm hearing from you this whole discussion.
What's that?
Because before I even told you what it was, you immediately started being, no, Stooks. I'm hearing an alcoholic getting angry with this place because he's realizing
You've
that
been
he has
hearing an alcoholic for 31 years.
No, but
brother.
like you like to use the word alcoholic, like, oh yeah, I'm an alcoholic, ha 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 ha. Not that it's an actual problem, but like the fact that you're reacting this way tells me you have a serious problem.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree with you.
So why don't you give it a shot?
Why? I'm having fun.
What do you mean why? No, you're not
It's
having
one of
fun.
the
You're
simple-
miserable. You're always miserable. If this is fun, what's not fun?
You don't want to see. You don't want to see.
I just don't get why you can
It's
say
one of those simple pleasures you get to enjoy. It's a treat.
No, but not everybody gets to enjoy it.
I understand people.
No, you don't, because you give up a friendship, alcoholism. Like if I quit drinking and I invited you out to this place, you tell me no?
No, I'd have to suffer with you. Like,
No, you wouldn't. No, 'cause
it'd be
you-
like watching a comedy act.
You just said he was one of my best friends and I got rid of him. And don't sit here and tell me, no, but you're different, man. You're so much prettier than my other friends.
No, listen, we do this all morning. We're not drinking. Right?
I don't know if you're drinking or not. You used to sneak. All of a sudden, that mysterious fake plant showed up next to you. Like there's not a bottle of booze under that thing. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mary. Hey, Mary, how are
Here
you?
we go.
Hey there, good morning.
Hey.
I quit smoking 25 years ago, and the only bar in town that was a dry smoking bar was Johnny's Irish Pub. And that's the only bar I could go to because I knew that if I was drinking, I'd be smoking. And yeah, this is it's not a new concept, it's just different, you know.
No,
I don't think your vagina
You know what I'm
counts.
saying? But if you're addicted to something and you're going to be... You asshole.
Whoa, Mary! You're honking, you're cursing.
Yeah, you're not having no problem not smoking.
Well, I love how you're cheering. Mary, I got to let you go, but thank you for the call. Like, if you want to say this isn't for you, I get it. Fine. I'm not going to judge you. But to say you wouldn't do this for a friend, and then to actively cheer for people that are trying to do something for themselves to fail, that's what I don't understand.
I want you back, man.
Want you back for what? You want me to share in your, quote, misery?
It's not misery.
No, you just said you're happy. Come share in the misery
You
with
have
me.
a drink. I laugh. A spirit. Puts a nice glow on the evening.
Kimmy, do you think a place like this, if they were open up like a chain of actual businesses, put one in Henrietta, put one in Greece, put one in Buffalo in the suburbs, do you think it would work as a business?
I do, like I said, as long as like there's not too many. I think it's easy to oversaturate with something like this because I don't know how many people would visit it on a regular basis.
But like,
what if they did like those mocktails? Like they made it more like a bar.
Well, that exists, but now you're just doing a dry bar. I mean, that's what that
but I
is.
think maybe people at least feel like they're getting something.
But
hand.
that's what I mean.
This is soda water.
Yeah, so what? It's soda. It's soda. Have some orange juice. Have some fun. I mean, whatever. Because, like, I guess it boils down to, like, the average Bills fan. Are you watching the Bills game because you like watching football? Are you watching baseball because of that? Whatever. Are you going to see a band because you like live music? Or are you going because you want a drink in your hand? Right?
But you're also anxious when you're watching these games if you're a fan.
Sure.
You get very anxious. So the alcohol kind of helps take that edge off.
But
And it
Or
might
it
be
goes
hard,
the opposite way.
but at least in your mind, you think it's taking the edge off.
Oh no, I can fully admit that there are times where yes, it takes the edge off, and there are times where it amplifies my anxiety times 1,000. You know how loud I am sober. You know how loud I am drunk.
But I would think like that you're going to miss that when you get that anxiety. You're going to want something.
But
Whether
I don't
it
know.
works or not doesn't really matter.
But when you're seeking out somewhere to watch a game, are you looking more for the booze that's going to be available? Or are you looking more for like I want to be around like-minded fans?
But
You know
here's
what
the
I mean?
thing,
Like
it's-
I want that experience.
It's hard to separate that because most of the time the like-minded fans are also drinking, right? So am I there for a
Right, but I'm
party?
saying like in this circumstance, you are with people that are in the same boat. So you are with fans of that team and also fans that don't want to drink. So you know what I mean? Like you're at least surrounding yourself with people that are going for the same reasons.
You know, now that you bring it up, short of my wife and kids, like when I'm watching a game just with them, I don't know how many Bills games I've watched where no one was drinking. That might be.
I don't think I've ever experienced that.
I don't think I've watched a football game when I didn't have a drink in my hand.
No, again, that's not shocking.
But to Pat's point, even if
those
you
nine-
weren't
that-
drinking, there's always somebody drinking.
yeah,
But even that 9 o'clock at that England game,
yeah,
I had a drink.
that's
It's called morning drinking. They do it in England.
no, because at morning it's 2:00. I was there. It was 2
Well, it's
o'clock
morning
there.
somewhere.
Morning somewhere.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this place called the Recovery Station out in Batavia. I mean, look, if this sounds like something that's for you, I mean, it's an interesting, unique idea. It's soda and everything else is a bar, right? Like, I mean, it sounds like a bar. It's live music and Bills games and football. And
everybody's in recovery.
we got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Dustin writes us, "This is stupid. I got kicked out of my brother-in-law's on Sunday because he doesn't drink and you can't drink around him, and I brought a tall boy for just myself, and he said after I opened it that I could throw it out outside or leave, so I left with it. It was just for me. I didn't even bring a second one to tempt him." That's what you sound like right now.
Yeah, I'm with this guy. He brings one roadie, and all of a
You're
sudden
with Dustin.
he's like you're walking into the Vatican with booze.
I mean, we don't
Which
know.
I think you can.
We don't know why. Well, they have it inside. We don't know why he doesn't drink, this brother-in-law. Let's say he's an alcoholic, and you got the balls to walk in his house and open up a beer.
He didn't bring a six-pack.
It's I love how you said, "I'm cool, guys." You wouldn't dream of doing that in a million years.
But it sounds like an overreaction.
Let's take a break.
All right.
If you have kids, it's a tough time right now for you.
What happened to the kid?
Well, back in school time, right?
Well, that's good, though. They're out.
Okay, no, but it just creates more places you have to take them because if your kid is in an activity, well, maybe you're picking them up after school. They got sports after school, late at night if they're playing like club stuff outside of school. And then comes all the stuff that your kid wants to do this season. Sports, well, watching sports, going to a Bills game, something like that.
Yeah.
And then we are officially now
What were they adding?
in farm season.
Farming.
See, here's the thing. I have to do this stuff. I have no choice.
Go to the farm?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's not great for dads. You guys don't have to.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
And I don't know why you choose to.
Because it's made for me.
And all of this comes from the closing of a generational place out from Kimmy's neck of the
Oh,
woods.
they're closing?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. I have no choice.
Okay.
Moms and dads listening have no choice. If you have little ones, you're going to end up at one of these places. And look, the idea of them are great, and supporting local businesses is fantastic. And I'm not saying these places are doing anything wrong. But it's a lot. It's a lot. And sometimes you got to go more than once. You guys, however.
Yous guys?
These are not designed for you. You don't have to go. But for some reason, you choose to do this to yourselves. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Tommy is back. We already want him to go away. Welcome back. Good to see you.
Thank you.
It is Tuesday. Don't forget, we're about 30 minutes away from everyone's favorite break room game.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready, buddy.
No, you're not. You've been
cranked up and ready.
You've been all over the place. We've had to dump you twice already, and it's only 8:30. Kimmy's got her post, Where They Whining, coming up in about a half an hour here in the break room on CMF. So this story starts weaving and winding with a beloved place for folks that live out on the west side.
What is it?
Now, Kimmy, make sure I'm saying this right, because you know better than I do.
What?
Zarpentine Farms?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. It's out in Hilton. And for generations, it has been a place. It goes back to the 1830s where you could go pumpkin picking. They had a 20-acre corn maze. They did pancake breakfast. They had a farmer's market store. Kimmy, you've been to this place.
It's a big fall holiday spot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's one of the more popular ones out that way for sure.
But recently, the family sold the farm.
Oh.
And after the farm was sold, it was announced that Zarpentine Farms would no longer reopen this year. However, thanks to the dismay of its longtime customers, last week, the farm announced that they would reopen just the farmer's market. That will be run by the family.
Okay.
So, like, everyone was excited about that. And now we have more news, Kimmy?
Well, I don't know. It's confusing because you're right. Like, I've seen, if you're on Facebook, you've seen all sorts of rumors about the place. But according to News 8, it says a spokesperson for the business
Farm spokesperson.
confirmed that the family, they're back running the business and plan to do an extensive remodel with a promise that it'll be better than ever.
Okay, so does
So
that
I don't,
mean everything is good?
I don't know. I
Sounds
don't
like
know
they're
if that
open.
means like it's. Yeah.
Let's go farming.
Their planned reopening
Pumpkin
date
picking?
is October 1st. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means they're scaling down with the remodel or they're just redoing everything and it's going to be similar to what it was.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Just for housekeeping, because I know people love going to this place. 252 WCMF. If you guys know something we don't, that would be great. But we use this story to get into the actual meat of this conversation.
So what is it?
Well, I find it interesting, first of all, with Zarpentine Farms, right? They had the pancake breakfast. They had the maze.
The maze was the big thing I remember when they first started doing that. That's what everybody went there for.
And, like, here's the thing. Back when we were kids, that was really the start of, like, the all-inclusive farm thing. But
Farmtainment.
yeah, that's exactly. You're making a joke. Like, when I was a kid, my dad would take us to Kelly's Apple Farm.
That was another one.
But it was just a farmer's market.
Right.
You get a pumpkin. It wasn't that big a deal. Now, farms that do apple picking and pumpkin picking and
The
Christmas trees.
They want to keep you there all day.
It's an amusement park. You
Yeah.
got petting zoos, zip lines, trains, mazes, catapults, little carts you
Those
can
bouncy
ride.
things that look like fun, but they kick you off if you're an adult. You know what I'm talking about? The big bubbles
Did
in
you
the
try
ground.
to get on the bouncy thing?
I didn't, but I know parents that have gone on with their kids
Okay.
and they tell them to get off.
Why do I feel like you tried to get on the bouncy
I
thing?
have not been on one of the. I would like
Kimmy
to
don't
try the
bounce.
bouncy thing. Kimmy don't bounce is the.
And I don't care.
Nobody cared.
I guess what I'm asking is, like, a place like Zarpentine Farms, like, it's a throwback.
Yeah.
And if you went there, you love it. But I wonder if this family, and I'm just asking out loud, decided to sell the farm because, like, keeping up with some of these other places that keep expanding and getting bigger with all
And
this
you
stuff.
got to have people that want to take it over. You know, people in the family potentially.
Exactly. Like,
Yeah.
it seems like running these places now is like running Seabreeze or Darien Lake.
It's a
Like,
lot of work.
You have to keep investing in all these things. So having two girls, right? They're 14. My youngest birthday's today. She turns 12.
This isn't cool anymore.
Well, no, I would have thought that, but no, my 12-year-old is having her birthday party in 2 weeks at one of these farms.
She wants to do it. All right.
She wants to keep doing it. And my 14-year-old, who I thought would be like, I don't want to go there, wants to now invite one of her friends to go do the farm thing too. And they're 12 and 14. So I'm still forced to go.
Yeah.
And if you have any kids, you as a parent, as fun as these places are, and as good as it is to support local business, and as much as you want to help the farmers like you're Willie Nelson,
Yeah.
I don't want to spend 5 hours in an effing farm, man.
I can't imagine 5 hours.
Bro, the kids, there's so much stuff to do. The kids don't ever
I
want
mean,
to
you
leave.
even said, though, even your dad took you when you were a kid. So is it partly like you want to also make this an annual thing for your kids?
But my dad got off easy. We went to Kelly's Apple Farm. He ate all the free donuts they gave him. We got a pumpkin and we went home.
Yeah.
He bought 1 gallon of
Cider.
apple cider. We all got diarrhea because apple cider
Yes.
makes you run.
It does,
And
brother.
that was the end of it, right? Like, my dad spent 30 minutes until they told him, sir, no more free donuts, and then he went home. Like, that's not what parents today have to deal with.
Yeah.
But I have no choice. Yeah. I have to be there for my children.
Mm-hmm.
You and Kimmy have a choice.
No, we don't.
You don't have a choice. Why don't you have a choice?
So my wife, it will start now decorating for Halloween this week. So the weather's going to be nice. And she's going to start doing all this stuff as soon as she can.
Okay.
And so we'll be out and about.
No, but like you can go to Wegmans and get like the cinnamon broom. You can go to Wegmans and get like a pumpkin and just grab it. You don't.
We go to Wegmans all the time.
Okay.
So we go to the farms. We go to 2 different farms. One farm is in her family, and then there's a side farm. And we go to both farms to get all the selection.
Okay.
Well, I know people are also very picky about what farms they go to based on their like baked goods.
Fair.
Like they have like their preferences, and that is what they go to every year.
Fair, but Kimmy, while you were on the phone, I was saying to Tommy, like, I have no choice. I have to go to these farms for the sake of my children. Kimmy, people your age, I mean, you don't have kids. You have friends that don't have kids.
Yeah.
You will still find yourself at one of these farms.
But don't they do girls' trips to these farms where they take pictures with themselves standing out there?
I've seen it multiple times.
Oh, my God. It's all over, man. They're standing in the field. They're all dressed
Usually
up,
they
too.
have kids, though.
No, he's right.
These are girls
I've seen this.
together like they're at a
How many
club. It's like you're
girls do
clubbing
you
at the farm.
follow?
Kimmy?
Clubbing at the farm.
I want to crush him with you. I do. It's my favorite thing in the world. But he's right, and I witnessed it. What's the farm that's out near the YMCA on the east side, out in the middle of nowhere? What is that called?
Oh, God.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Okay.
That's a fancy-ass farm.
So the last time I was out there, here's how they get you. And this is it's diabolical, these people. How dare you? They set up photo places.
Yeah, no, it's a photo op area.
Yeah, staged photo op areas.
No, I know what you're talking
for
about.
people your age. And Kimmy,
but I've only seen people with kids.
No, when we were there
it's like
last
you're on a
time,
wine tour.
When we were there last time, there were lines of yous without kids
in your hunter boots and your fall sweaters.
Okay.
Standing there, getting their pictures taken.
You just name-dropped boots. I just want to point that out.
My wife has a pair of hunter boots.
Okay.
Your wife has a pair of hunter boots.
Yeah, she does, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have hunter boots?
Pointing that out.
Do you have hunter boots?
I don't. That's why you're a prissy little bitch in your hunter boots.
You call my wife
you can't.
No, Tommy.
You can't join us at the farm.
Hold on, I gotta text my wife. Hey, Kimmy just called you a prissy little bitch.
Kimmy doesn't like you.
I mean, okay, it's nice that you don't have to go, and it's great that your boyfriend or your boyfriend,
My
your
boyfriend.
husband. I always assume they're boyfriends when you're single.
Actually, it's usually driven by my husband because he wants to stop and get donuts.
Okay, but
like if we're on our way somewhere and there's a farm
those
on the way,
fried cakes are delicious.
We are stopping for donuts and cider.
It just doesn't make sense for me. To me, for people without kids, even when you're trying to relive pumpkin memories, to go and do this stuff.
It does put you in a nice mood, though, when you see the kids.
It smells great.
The colors, the food, the smells. You know how I feel about baby goats. You got a baby goat. I'm walking over there checking that dude out.
So you're gonna like go into the petting zoo?
I don't mind going.
No, hold on, stop. You're gonna walk into the petting zoo.
Not anymore. Due to certain legislation.
You know how uncomfortable I would be? Kimmy?
I don't go into the petting zoo.
But he takes a peek.
I feel like Kimmy jumps on the bouncy thing, and I feel like you go into the petting zoo, and both of you said that out loud, and immediately heard what it sounded like.
I will pet them over the railing. It's a fun. It's not the worst day.
It's not for you.
I know not. But now don't forget I got grandkids.
Are you excited to take the grandkid to the farm so you get to go do it?
Oh, yeah. He's got to be pumped.
Really?
Yeah.
I
don't
feel
mind.
there is a point where if I don't go to at least one farm in the fall, I feel like fall hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Like I need to at least step foot on one of those places and drink a cup of cider and have a donut. Otherwise, it doesn't really feel like fall.
It's the last thing you can do outside without freezing your ass off or slipping in ice.
Oh, that sounds great. Let's go do that. See, but here's the thing. You guys aren't tethered to these places for 4 or 5 hours. You
No,
can
we
show up
are
and
in
leave.
and out. I will say the longest we'll be in that place is 45 minutes.
We started having this discussion.
Unless the train's running on time. One running train.
Let me put it this way. Here's my new rule. If I go to a place that has people telling me where to park with a big orange flag.
That's every one of them.
Yeah, I don't. It's too many people. I don't want it. So I'm gonna be here all
it's
day.
also called not fall. You could go at the beginning of the season when we're just planting.
And I'm surprised, like, you're not more excited. I mean, you are fall weather guy.
Yeah.
Like, this
Fall
is
weather.
your season.
No, but
this is what you call, like,
rat cakes.
Tommy and I are excited in June when the weather gets
Yes.
warm. And you're like, oh, I can't wait for fall. I can't wait for October.
No, but you bring up the biggest problem with what you just said.
What's
and this
that?
is why I feel so bad for husbands and boyfriends if you don't have kids and you're tied to one of these places. Like, the day trip to the farm can be tough, but you know you're making memories with the little ones. I wouldn't have that patience with my girlfriend because it's never actually fall weather. It's like, hey, you want to go get sunburned and sweat in September and then get stung by 40 bees? Also, that'll be $100.
Well, here's the thing. Like, if I'm dating a girl and they want to do that, I figure I'm going to get laid doing this.
I mean, you probably will.
It's romantic.
Gotta carry a few pumpkins around and you're all set.
But it's also going to put her in a fall mood.
Yeah.
But at some point, aren't you playing chess? Like, there's other things I can do that's going to take less of my time to get laid.
Yeah,
I
but
think
that seems pretty easy.
This one's like almost a guarantee.
252
Fall coochie.
One of my favorite Latin American singers, Fall Coochie. 252 WCMF. We started this conversation with Zarpentine Farms out in Hilton. It's been around since the 1830s. Story a couple weeks ago that the family has sold the farm and they wouldn't be doing any of their pumpkin picking or their corn maze or their pancake breakfast. Then last week we get news that the family was going to open up the farmer's market. Looks like that's open now. Kimmy, we were getting calls. Do we have any more Zarpentine information?
Got nothing.
Okay, so then word was that they're coming all the way back and they're
Oh,
remodeling.
they're back, baby.
But we don't entirely know. So if Zarpentine Farms is your farm, your family farm that you go to, you might want to give them a shout before you get there.
All right.
Look, man, I understand that I sound jaded. I get it. And maybe it's all the years of spending the money and spending all that time with the kids and sweating through all of the clothing that I have to wear at these farms. I'm over it. I am over it.
So you're over fall.
I'm over the farm. I love fall. I'm over the farm.
But that is fall.
No, it's not.
Like, how
So what
else
is
do you
fall to
enjoy
you?
fall?
Yeah, what is fall to you?
It's
Like,
crisp.
when you hear somebody say fall,
You don't go outside.
what do you see?
Okay, no.
Besides the Bills.
Okay, the Bills.
But that's
Give me something
outside.
else. So you just see football.
Well, I see football. I also love the short distance from my front door to my car. Like that, when that crisp, cold weather hits the inside of my nostrils.
For those 2 seconds of the day.
That's
So
what
it's
I
your
enjoy.
nostrils and the Bills.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, but here's the thing, because I always thought, I guess it's just an assumption based on my personal experience, the corn maze, the boom of corn mazes in this country,
Oh, yeah.
that was designed for dads.
I hate the corn maze.
That was a dad activity to do with his kids.
Can I explain to you why dads actually hate corn mazes? You ready for this?
Remember they had the Rex Ryan one?
They did. Remember
Yeah,
that?
they did.
Remember, Kevin?
That was kind of cool.
I'm just saying, it wasn't moms that called for the corn maze.
So no dads can say this out loud because it's already a high-stress day when you take the family to the farm, right? So many things go
High
wrong.
stress farms.
Bro, you're laughing. I'm telling you, man.
Come on out to high stress farm.
Every couple will get in an argument if you got kids on the way home from the
Mm.
farm because the pumpkin was too big or the pumpkin was too small. And the kids melted down over here. They didn't want to leave early. And I don't have to wash my hands after I touch the goat. Yes, you do. I would love to do a corn maze by myself.
Everybody would love to see you do a corn maze by yourself.
But when you have a family
Mm-hmm.
and you go into the corn maze.
Don't go hiding in the corn maze by yourself.
No, I'm
Somebody's
saying.
going to call the cops on you.
I'm saying I would like to challenge myself to see how fast I can do that corn maze because I'm a good directions guy.
Yeah.
When my wife and kids are with me in the corn maze, my wife is going to take us around every wrong corner.
Yes. But that's kind of the fun of it.
No, it's not,
Who
because I
cares?
just wanna
Nobody's timing you.
You want to spend 40 minutes in effing corn maze? I don't want to
Well,
spend
that's
40 minutes in
kind of
effing
the
corn maze.
deal.
Why are we doing this if we're not doing it right? Do it right
Do
or
it
don't
right.
do it at all.
We're going to have fun and do it right. We're marching like straight across the corn.
Okay, so we went to the Renaissance Festival right before COVID, right before
Yeah.
COVID hit. And they have a famous corn maze at the Renaissance Festival. And I got stuck in that corn maze for 45 minutes with my family to the point where my wife started asking for directions from like the guys with the flags that stand up. You know how embarrassing that is?
A little bit.
And I'm telling her, I told her where we had to go, and she didn't want to listen to me.
Well, see, I don't have to do the corn maze with my wife.
Yet.
For us, it's more like shopping. No, till we get grandkids.
Yeah.
Okay. But there's nothing you like at the farm. You don't eat fry cakes. You don't drink cider.
I like the
Like
vibe.
the ambiance.
The
I like the
vibe.
vibe.
Who are you?
I like the vibe.
I am
Who are
surprised
you?
that you are into the farm thing. I'm just surprised.
I like the fall vegetables that are all laid out pretty.
The produce.
He's an Instagram chick. He wants to see. He likes the vibes. What's the vibe? Oh my God,
Fall vibe, man.
bro. You're breezy.
I'm T-Breeze.
You're fall breezy.
I'm T-Breeze.
Okay.
T-Breeze is back, baby.
All right, well, if you like it so much, why don't you come with me next weekend?
My wife and I are going.
No,
We're already booked.
Come on. You talk a big game. You talk a big game.
I already have. I'm not going with your kids.
I already have a place to go.
Your children don't like me.
Yeah, but that's your fault.
And we would look weird.
What, you and I?
Me, you, your wife, and your kids.
No, you would look like an elderly family member.
What
do you mean?
I would look. First of all, I'm shorter than anybody in your family.
No, I don't think it was.
I
height.
look a little different than the rest of your.
I don't think. What do you mean? Like you have like a bigger nose than the rest of my family? I'm confused
No,
as to
no,
what you're getting at
I
here.
would not.
I'm very confused.
Okay, like
what about my children?
Your daughters are taller than me.
Okay, yeah.
I wouldn't look like their grandfather unless there was like some kind of like weird thing where one generation of the family shrunk.
I'm sure, yeah. I think people, if they saw us, would assume, "Wow, this man."
You all have hair. I don't.
Okay. Well, I think
your daughters have lots of hair. Your wife has lots of hair. You're thinning.
You could just give up now.
No, he's trying to do everything he can except for what everyone's thinking about: the hunter boots.
Yes.
No, I think people, if they saw us at the farm, my family and you, right, they would think, wow, that's really nice that man went and got his great-great-grandfather out of the home, and he's obviously shrunk 3 feet. And I wonder what it was like doing trench warfare in World War I. Maybe I should go ask him.
We were in hunter boots.
Sorry.
Yeah,
enjoy your farm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Everybody, have fun. All right, we got Where They Whining coming up in about 10 minutes, so sit tight on that. But before we get there, with football season now here, it is the season of leftover pizza.
Leftover pizza.
Well, yeah. I mean, like sometimes you'll get like a pizza.
Oh, for the game.
Yeah,
right.
and then you got stuff left over.
So
right?
Monday cold pizza.
Yeah, you got it. And there's been a debate for years about what you're supposed to do with that pizza when you're done eating it. Because you said cold pizza, inferring you're going to put it in the fridge.
Mm-hmm.
Not everybody does that.
What do you do with it?
Well, you leave it out and you just eat it the next day.
Oh, called rancid pizza.
Well, they have finally done a study to determine how dangerous that pizza is for you.
It's super dangerous.
How do you know? Did you see the study?
It's rancid.
Did you see the study?
No, I didn't see the study. I've already did my own study about pizza.
Would you do your own study?
Yeah.
You don't even eat pizza,
You'd have
bitch.
to eat pizza to do a study on pizza.
It's called rotten cheese.
Wasn't that your mother's? Damn it! We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. We now have the answer.
What happened?
Well, for years you said this is wrong, don't do it, you're going to get sick. But it's not about a sick thing for you. It's more about you think it's icky.
It's also icky.
And you think people who do this are trash.
Oh, yeah.
Even though the majority of Americans do exactly this.
Oh, trash.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Just after 9 o'clock, couple more minutes. We got Where They Whining.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to it, again, just after 9 here in the break room on CMF. So for years, you and me and Kimmy have been arguing about leftover pizza.
Cold pizza.
Well, see, that's just it. You say cold pizza, inferring that you put the leftover pizza in the fridge and then eat it the next day.
Right, so it doesn't, get nasty.
See, I'm not that guy. I like leftover, left-out pizza. Like,
You
just
want
keep
nasty
Room
pie.
temperature pizza.
Yeah.
Room temperature nasty
Just
pie.
keep it in the box and leave it on the counter, and then wake up the next day and
Okay,
eat
the box doesn't protect it from anything.
Protects it from, like, water.
What water?
I don't know, water that could sprinkle on the pizza, but the box is there. So.
In your
Other
house?
elements keeps it away from dust.
Are you
I don't
forgetting
know.
where I grew up? Yeah, there was water that could fall out of the ceiling in my house. So scientists have finally tested how healthy it is to do that.
And I was right.
They left a pizza out and they tested it every few hours to see how safe it was.
The bacteria had to be through the roof.
They found after 6 hours, you were good. Everything was still fine. They didn't find anything alarming. They then found after 12 hours.
Meningitis.
No. Things started to get bad.
Tourette's.
As the scientists put it, quote, at 12 hours, a significant amount of mold had taken over the food.
Was the pizza still in the box, though?
I don't know if the pizza was in the box or not. That's a good question. I think that
don't
does
know.
matter.
Does the box matter?
So it's starting to rot.
These scientists are saying, yes, you should not leave pizza out overnight and then eat it the next day.
Right.
Well, too late.
Yeah, I'm not changing a damn thing.
And I did it when I was on the road like you did. You scored that pizza. They paid you like in a side pie.
Yep.
And you leave it in your car. And every time I ate those things, I got the squirts.
Really? No,
Every
Really?
time.
What, you got a little bitch-ass system? You system bitch?
I have a
Bistum.
Why I have I have a bistum. Yes, I have a very dainty rectum.
Okay.
My system is pretty delicate. You never got the road squirts from rancid pie?
No, never.
How could you tell it was that though?
'Cause
Of all the other things,
I'll tell you
of
what.
all the other bad habits you had
Including
on the
the
road.
ribbon.
I couldn't have. I only ate once a day because I was poor.
Yeah.
So I knew it had to be that pizza.
You think maybe that had something to do with it? That you were like dehydrated and giving yourself diarrhea?
No, I drank.
Okay. No, man, I'm not changing anything. And by the way, what is a significant amount of mold? Isn't that penicillin? Isn't that what's changed the world, man?
Yeah, but they had to like figure some stuff out. It's just a mold that they put in a needle and give it to you.
No, see, the way that I see this is, and I'm not only getting pizza, I'm getting antibiotics. It's making me
Oh,
healthier.
you're building up your pizza immune system.
Yeah, no, I'm pizza.
And why not put it in the fridge and then heat it up in the microwave?
Okay, so I don't like to heat up leftover pizza. I like to eat it the way that it lies. And don't get me wrong, I will eat.
Why?
I just think it's bad.
By the way, it's cold cheese. It's kind of blech.
I like cold cheese.
Nobody likes
You
cold
keep
cheese.
cheese in the fridge. What are you talking
No, but, like,
about?
Thank you.
But like,
But
it's gonna be like
When it's on a sandwich, unless you're heating up that sandwich, you're eating cold
it's
cheese.
slimy.
cold cheese down again.
No, you heat it up in the microwave,
No, I'll eat cold cheese all
and
the
then
time.
it melts it again.
Bro, you take out the square cheese, cut it,
Yeah,
it's
the
cold
block of
cheese.
cheese.
Yeah, that's all. It's
You're gonna
nothing.
get sick.
The majority of cheese is cold cheese. It's overwhelmingly cold cheese. No, like I mean, I don't mind cold pizza, but I would much rather have room temperature pizza that's been out all night. It's like a fine wine; you have to let it age.
Yeah,
So
the
you don't
cold
like hot
pizza.
pie?
No, I like hot pie.
Well, the ideal way to eat pizza
Yes.
is when it's still hot. But
Thank you.
But if you take a break from it, the next best way is room temp.
But
But
After it
everybody's
sits
got a
out for little while.
microwave or a toaster oven.
No. Here's the power ranking of how your pizza should be. Are you ready? All right. Number 1, we can all agree, fresh hot pie.
Fresh hot.
Oh,
pie.
yeah.
Okay. Number 2, room temperature pie. Number 3, out of the fridge pie. Number 4, reheated pie. Because reheated pizza, it's not bad. I'll eat it, but it never tastes the
You
same.
just
No.
nuke it for like 30 seconds.
it's
and you're
gross.
good.
No,
It's
I'd
gross.
rather put it like in the oven to warm
Well,
it
the
up.
oven's
If
good,
I'm
too.
gonna warm it up.
No, because then the bottom crust is going to get too.
But
you
it's still
gotta
better
watch
than
it.
like
Too
the
rough.
mushy crust.
No,
in the
I'll take.
microwave.
I will take mushy crust
No.
over two
Didn't you open for him?
mushy crust. Oh yeah, that 2 we did with Soupy Pie. 252 WCMF. Scientists have finally done a study on whether or not it is healthy to leave pizza out overnight and eat it the next day. After 6 hours, the pizza was still totally fine. After 12 hours, the scientists said at that point a significant amount of mold had taken over the food, and you can imagine how worse it
Yes.
got from that point. But again, I don't care. I'm doing it.
I would be. I'm always surprised when I hear people eat that had sat out for a while. Like you ate those breakfast sandwiches for like 8 days.
In my defense.
And those were egg sandwiches, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, no. Just to catch everybody up if you haven't heard this story. When I was on the road, we were broke telling jokes.
Right.
So I had a cooler. And if you stay at a Hampton Inn, at least back in the day, they would let you make your own breakfast sandwiches.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I made like 20 breakfast sandwiches to eat over the next week, right? So I put the sandwiches in the cooler, and I ate them for an entire week as my only food.
So they were just kind of
stayed in the cooler?
Yeah.
They were cool, but not.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like they 32 degrees.
I don't know. Do they
38
even stay good in a fridge for
No.
a week?
I mean, I didn't get sick. And by the way, I kept filling it with brand new gas station ice. So
Okay.
Right. But you were also
Sandwiches on ice.
raised on unrefrigerated food.
no, that's actually true.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Like, how many times did the refrigerator kind of work and not work in your house?
That was a thing. Like you knew, my dad would always yell, like, "Don't open the fridge! Go let it cold out." And the
I
fridge
can't
wasn't
take it.
working. Yeah.
All
So
right.
no,
but
like
you build up an immunity system to like poor people food.
warm leftover pizza is not poor people food.
No, but you in particular had a lot of
Oh,
rancid.
you think like
dining.
he can eat more than the average person based on his stomach history?
Well, yeah, but I grew up in
and based
privilege.
on his immunity system.
All our food was properly refrigerated
Yeah.
and properly
Okay.
prepared.
Yeah.
Your mother didn't know how to cook, and your father wasn't paying for good electricity. I mean, you had like sketchy like brownouts all the time in that house. It was like living in California in the 80s.
By the way, I've seen some of the women you dated back in the day. Yeah. You were eating plenty of rancid stuff too. Look, I'll tell you why I think I like the room temperature pizza.
Why?
So I told you guys that my dad, he worked at Patriots Bingo Hall. He did security as like a part-time job. So they would order like a ton of like Mark's
pizzas.
Yeah, Mark Pizzeria, and they would sell it. And then at the end of the night, because my dad never said no to anything free, he would take like the sheet pizza that was left over home. So I would wake up and that would have been left out on the stove, and I would just scarf that pizza for breakfast. It was great. He also used to bring home, you ready for this? They had a popcorn machine.
Yeah.
Oh man, that had to be so stale though.
He doesn't. I loved it. He would bring home clear garbage bags of popcorn.
Oh, like a beanbag chair of like old popcorn.
So like I remember, like I would get up in the morning, and my brother Ryan, he would be on our couch. He's in his underwear, just as tiny whitey. He's like 10 years old, and between his legs, he's got a giant garbage bag of last night's popcorn.
And he's just palming it.
And that's breakfast at like 9 o'clock in the morning. Day-old Bingo Hall popcorn out of a clear garbage bag.
He had to look like a bear that got into something. Like it's somebody's like porch in Colorado.
Like kids watching Ninja Turtles.
It's amazing if any of y'all live past 60.
What are you talking about?
Based on your whole, what you put in your body.
It's romantic. You what?
That was standard for every kid.
Oh, really? You also had a clear garbage bag full of popcorn from the Bingo Hall?
I just think our parents didn't pay as much attention to like
but they should
food expiration dates and stuff. They didn't have Google to look that stuff up, so they just thought, it's not moldy yet. It's fine.
Right.
If there wasn't any visible mold to my parents, it was still fine.
Even mold, I think my dad would have just like scraped it off. It is funny too, but and we'll get to where that. I'm sorry. I'm just remembering. It's all flashing back, and I'm having childhood troubles again. My dad would only give us the food that he himself didn't pay for.
Okay.
Right? Because do you remember Tillman's Village Inn?
No.
Okay, so it's famous in these parts. It was out in the sticks. Did you see if it's still open for me, Kimmy? They had a prime rib deal. It was one of those giant prime ribs.
Oh, like the Thurman cut, big old cut.
And if you ate it in like less than an hour, they gave you a free foam hat. Well, my dad found out they'd give you the hat anyway.
Oh.
So he had like 5 of these Tillman's Village Inn, and that was like a fancy night. My dad was taking my mom to Tillman's Village Inn. It's like once a year, right? He would come home with like still a pound of prime rib left, and it's in the fridge. We wouldn't get to touch it.
That was his.
Yeah, like he paid for it, so that's his. But we can have the garbage bag full of popcorn left over from the Patriots Bingo Hall the night before. Yes, that he got for free.
So you were a peasant in your own house.
Yeah, but
run by peasants.
I love that pizza and I love that popcorn.
You were the lowest peasant in Peasantville.
Can I confess too? One time I got caught eating my dad's prime rib because I never had prime rib before. I was like 11, 12 years old, and I just grabbed it out of the fridge and I took a bite out of it.
Like caveman style.
Yeah, but my teeth had a gap in it. Because I had braces, so my dad could tell based on the bite of the prime rib.
Wait, so he brought in the forensics?
He looked at it and he I remember him taking it.
Dental charts out.
He measured it against the gap in my teeth, and he's like, "You ate this? I know you did." No.
We just get some really hungry rats.
We got Tillman's information.
Was it in Albion?
Yeah, I think so.
So it closed in 2021 after 70 years, but it looks like it was reopened as like a rebranded.
Oh, tell
place.
your dad.
If you got the
They're
foam
back,
hats,
baby.
I'm coming out for my first ever Tillman's not cold out of the
Called
fridge.
something else now.
Tooth experience. Well, then I don't want it. All right, let's take a break. Tuesday,
Yeah,
9 o'clock. Tommy's back to puke all over himself.
I'm ready.
Where they whining happens next here in the break room on CMF. The gang is back together, and we're ready to fight.
Let's do it.
Again, this game brings out the worst in every human being.
It brings
that
out the
plays
worst in you. You're the worst.
Oh, Kimmy, I'm sorry. I'm the worst? I'm
Yes.
sorry?
You mock, you ridicule, you
Well-
debate your own rules.
Well, in terms of complaints,
Oh, he leads
it's
the league.
it's probably dead even.
No
Yeah,
way.
I
I don't
complain.
complain. I never raised my voice.
You complained about the complaints.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
don't-
different.
Oh, put the complaint in the right complaint form. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. It is Tuesday. It is 9 o'clock. It is time for Where They Whine. And Tommy is back from Charleston, ready to play. And look, I know we got a lot of people that are in and out, right? If you've never played before, here's how it works real quick.
Right.
Kimmy has a post from the neighborhood app, like Facebook for where you live. You guys send those in. We very much appreciate it. Kimmy removes street names and town references, anything that'll give away where this place is from immediately. She reads it out loud. You, me, everyone that can hear us. We listen.
You have to listen.
Because there are little clues. I will give you this tip, and we tell you every week. Tommy will immediately start saying things that aren't in the post. He just makes stuff up in his head, and he doesn't even realize they do it. Listen to Kimmy. Do not let Tommy sway you, because every week someone gets swayed by Tommy, and he doesn't even realize. He's not trying to be a dick. He's just stupid. It's not his fault. And you will call us at 252-WCMF, 252-9263, and guess where they whine. And are we ready?
Oh, I'm totally ready.
Folks are lined up. Kimmy?
Ready.
Let's do this thing.
Webster! Hilton! Eroticoi! Where they whining?
I do want to point out up front, I had to shorten this post because it goes on forever. So you are getting the condensed version.
Noted.
All these Buffalo Bills political signs are stupid and, quite frankly, unpatriotic. If you want to show your support for a real candidate, great. It's your job as an American to do so. But to make a mockery out of it by posting Josh Allen for president lawn signs is idiotic. You people think you're being cute and funny, but this is why our country is now at the point of no return.
Because we voted for Josh Allen?
No one cares about real political issues anymore. You're only concerned about what your football team is doing on Sunday. You all live in a make-believe fantasy land. Making your love of football your entire personality is sad. Honestly, it's possible my neighbors are actually voting for the athletes on these signs. They probably think these guys would actually make good decisions for their country. Embarrassing. One guy has a whole Josh Allen 2024 banner on display outside his home. Know this. Not everyone loves the Bills, but everyone should love America.
So first off, nobody tell this guy about Jack Kemp. Second off, it's really nice that, this guy, nobody cares about, politics anymore, because I never hear anyone talk about that stuff.
No.
Okay.
Be quiet.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I don't know why this post is especially bothering me today. Why do people hate joy?
You having fun over there? Stop it.
Oh, no, he hates
Cut it
joy.
out.
I see you making a face. Well, you think these are stupid too?
It's a little much.
Why is it much? It's fun.
Is it fun?
I have fun. I got
Yeah.
one.
Do you have a banner up around your house?
I don't have a banner. And I actually haven't put the sign out. I keep it in my man cave. But you get the point.
I understand.
Okay. Yeah. Why are you a dick?
I'm not a dick.
All right. That being said, being a dick, what are you thinking?
Okay, so first of all, this is an old guy take.
Okay.
This is an old man. And it has to be in a part of town where you can crap up your house like this, because there's certain places you cannot do this. In Pittsburgh, you cannot banner up your house without getting a permission from the town. So
what?
It's old, it's grumpy, but it's not high end. It's low grump country.
Low grump country.
Yeah.
Look at that grump.
It's low grump country.
So
you know where that is?
I think I know where you're going.
Where do you think I'm
No,
going?
I'm not going to say it because I'm not going to disqualify myself.
I'm going to
Nice
the
try.
country. I'm going near country.
Oh, you think like actual country?
Actual country.
Where are you going?
Got country in the name, son. This is Farmington.
That was the dumbest pick. Why would you
You
waste
say
your
that
time?
every week. I got 3 stars.
I promise you.
Dumb, win, win, win.
I promise you Farmington is not.
Oh, you
Tease.
promise
I
me.
promise. That is a
You
Pat
promise
Duffy
me because you promise me every time, and I win or I get close every week.
Okay. No, you don't get close every week. You think you get close every week. You
This
make
is-
up a reason why it's close.
All right.
Bro, people live so far apart you wouldn't even see the signs.
Hey, Farmington isn't that goddamn bad.
Hey, Kimmy, what's the first part of the word Farmington?
Farm.
Yeah, but how about the Ington?
What are you trying to get famous on? You got to eat ton that thing.
That's only when your mom visits.
For God's sakes, man.
That's what they all say.
Okay, it's not Farmington. I know that for sure.
Oh, I know that for a fact.
But I don't hate your logic until you just puked out of your mouth. I agree that it's a grump. I agree that it is a town that mixes old and young. And I agree that it's a town where people have no problem voicing their old school opinions.
And people also have to crap up their yards.
No, but I don't think this is crapping up your yard. I think it's fun.
Because you
fun.
support it.
It's a fun thing.
I have a fun side in my yard. It's not a fun. We go out there and look at the fun we have.
Let me ask you a question. Would you rather a Josh Allen political sign or an actual someone running for president in your neighbor's yard?
I don't want either.
Oh, no. You got to pick one. What do you want? Oh, what happened, tough guy?
I will go with voting.
You lie. You don't want to have to deal with looking at that every day and what could come with it. You
I don't
want to
wanna
have
look at
those
either.
conversations. No, but you got to pick one. You're not going to pick the candidate. Shut up. And your parents.
Why do you ask me? I give you an answer and you say shut up.
Why you lie?
Why do
you
I
lie
talk?
on the show?
Why do I bother talking?
I've been asking management that for months.
What do they say?
You're fired. They whining
Oh, what are they whining?
in Irondequoit.
Oh my God, you're so wrong.
There's no signs allowed in the yards. Okay? Bro, this is screaming Irondequoit, and I know you're upset because I could see your eyes divert down in sadness.
Because you think it's a big mix of young and old.
Yes, I think that. I think you got a lot of old folks that are stuck in their way. What is this new stuff? And Irondequoit, there's a ton of people with like festive ideas for like Halloween and Christmas decorations.
I look at those communities that you have like new people to the country moving in there. You have a lot of Ukrainians. You have a lot of people that.
In Irondequoit?
Oh yeah.
No, I mean,
You did
it
at
used
one
to be
point in
that, not
time.
anymore.
They're still there.
No, I mean they're still there because they've
Right.
lived there for generations. I don't see.
I
Like,
think you have a lot of new immigration coming into Irondequoit.
okay, so that means if
And
they're
I
gonna,
don't see them being
Okay.
like fans of a sports team right now.
Okay. With all the other stuff going.
Welcome to America. I must put up Bill's flag.
It's the easiest way to assimilate.
Rah,
look,
rah, America.
I think you're wrong.
We are
but
good people.
If we're going to have this argument, the easiest way to assimilate to a culture is to start cheering for a sports team.
I don't think they're
Okay.
doing it. I don't even think it's even on their radar right now.
252 WCMF 252-9263. There is one rule and one rule
What's that?
only. You get one guess. If you are on hold and you hear someone else guess the town you were going to pick, you got two options. Hang up the phone, try again next week. We won't be upset. Or pick another town. If you call up and we answer and you go, I was going to say that, you've been disqualified. The commissioner makes all final calls, and several people in the Bills parking lot, Kimmy, on Sunday said that your disqualification of me 2 weeks ago was inappropriate.
Oh, did they
and
say that?
wrong.
That's weird. They only said that to
Several
you.
people.
Yeah.
Oh, it's very
Several
strange.
people.
Yeah.
Many people
Okay.
have said.
Uh-huh.
Many people. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's kick it off with Andy. Andy, where they whining, buddy?
Good morning, everyone.
Yo.
I'm going to say they are whining in Webster.
Why Webster?
This post sounds like an East Side Karen to me. I don't think it's a grumpy old guy.
Okay.
I think it's an East Side Karen.
Okay, but let's talk about East Side versus West Side, because I understand that Webster is east of the river, right? And I don't hate your Karen take, but Tommy has said several times, and I tend to agree with him, that Webster is the Greece of the East Side.
Oh, yeah.
Greece of the East.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know how stuffed shirt they are in Webster, especially
It's a
when
mix.
Tommy lived around the corner from a man with a legitimate concrete fountain in his front yard.
But there's mansions and there's working communities. It's all over.
Andy, I don't like it. I don't like it at all, Andy.
But you don't like
That's
his
okay.
pick?
You don't have to like it.
No,
You don't have to like
I
it.
don't like you. I don't think, Andy. I'll be straight up with you. I don't think I like you as a person.
No, but you
based on
can.
that
But
pick.
I think Webster is a wide open community.
What do you mean?
You can
Thank
crap
you,
it
Tommy.
up.
Thank you, Tommy.
No,
You
but
can
if
crap it like that.
You can
You just described my
you
neighborhood.
can crap up anywhere.
If you could crap it up, no one would be complaining.
No, but there's also complainers.
Uh-huh.
We have a nice mix.
Oh, so why don't you
Oh,
take...
so I lived in
Wait,
my neighborhood
But
in
you
Webster.
still live in Webster?
Andy, we
And
got you for Webster. Thanks for the call,
I
buddy.
complain constantly where people live.
What did he just say?
I lived in my little community
Uh-huh.
in Webster,
Yeah,
and there was a
Kumar.
big mix of crap and nice, and I complained.
Mais en mi casa. You started speaking Spanish.
We had some Spanish people. Very nice.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Christine. Christine, where are they whining?
I'm going to go with Pittsburgh
Why Pittsburgh?
Wrong.
because you have many people that
Up your phone's...
Allen Way.
Okay.
When Tommy is wrong, people do put banners in their front yards because I see a bunch of them because I work in Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh.
See, I warned you this woman sucked, and you didn't want to listen to me, and now she's coming after you. So this is what you get. I'm not going to defend you here. Go ahead. Defend your boy. Girl.
Tommy's wrong.
You're wrong.
Tabby's
You're
right.
wrong. You said wrong. I mean, Christine...
You can what?
I don't normally agree with Tommy, but I'm kind of with him on this one, right? Like, I think that
I
everyone
don't
in
see
Pittsburgh,
these banners and signs around town.
and whether or not it's legal or not, I think there's too much social pressure where people don't want to stand out in Pittsford. You fit in like a little peg in a hole. So, Christine, for that reason, you're wrong.
No, if you see all the people that pay to park to just go to see Bill's camp, you might see some of these signs, but you don't pay attention.
Are you looking at like the parking situation for like training camp?
Or the situation, one of those two.
Well, one of them situations.
The situation or the situation.
Your situation.
What's this?
That's part of it. But
That don't count. That's somebody making money.
Christine talks. Boo!
Nope.
Boo!
Nope.
Her ass is on.
Boo, boo, boo to your pick.
Your ass
Gave
is
it up too late. Now you just try to hurt me.
Dueling booze over here.
Good pick. By the way, you got the old man wave, Christine, so I got to let you go. There goes Christine. She gets so mad.
Oh, yeah,
Well, you also tell her she sucks every time.
Don't suck. How about that? Wait, you say yeah? I'm on your side here, bro.
No, I don't like her.
I don't know whose side anybody's on.
I'm trying to bro DiMaggio you here, and you're just like...
Bro DiMaggio.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's go biblical, buddy.
Who we got?
We got Caleb. He's on CMF. Where are they whining, Caleb?
I'm going with Chili.
Why Chili?
Well, firstly, everyone's bunching on the east side right now.
Oh, damn it, he's right.
Chili's probably the one part of Rochester I'm not in a whole lot, and I honest to God don't see a whole lot of Josh. I don't know if I've ever seen the Josh Allen for President sign anywhere I've ever been in Rochester.
Really?
Honest to God, I don't think I have. Am I allowed? I know Kimmy's on the phone right now, but am I allowed to say if a pick is bad?
Wait, say you can do whatever you want,
Yeah,
man. It's a
yeah,
free
sure,
country.
yeah.
Go ahead. Go
Have
ahead.
fun.
Yeah, go ahead, Caleb. Yeah.
Okay, well, now you're baiting me, so I don't like that. So I'm not going to.
Now you're baiting me. I'm not going to say you're going to bait me.
What, Caleb? I don't like that.
What's his pick, Chili?
He picked Chili because he said he's never seen a Josh Allen for President sign anywhere in Rochester, so he's blind picking.
Yeah, and Chili I'm not in a whole lot. So.
Oh, you're not?
No.
It's a new joke or a new segment called "Where's Caleb Not?" Caleb, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF. Not doing great for Caleb's.
No.
Not doing great for Caleb's out there. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Cody. Cody, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say Greece.
Why Greece?
So we need to be far enough away from the city that there are more per capita America folks, but we also have to be far enough away from colleges because there's also less America folks in college towns.
Okay, so here's hold on. Let me stop you right there. Let me stop you right there. I know that when you hear things based on, what you believe political wise, like, you think like it's got to be this side, that post could be either side of the aisle. Like if you were to work it out in your head why someone would be upset, I can't pick up a political lean on this post.
Yeah, they don't
Cody.
specify.
Yeah, the thing is, though, when you're in a college town, at least on that point, usually you're going to be more into sports. I mean, this person sounds like somebody who doesn't even really like sports at all.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't think I've ever seen a political issue on a campus.
No, never.
All right, so Cody, you got Greece.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a long way around for a crappy pick, Cody. I mean,
man.
come on. What are you doing? It's like, hey, I want to waste everybody's time and lose.
You're dumb. You're dumb,
Well, no,
son.
I'm just wasting your time, that's all.
All right, well, Cody, there's sevens of listeners you're also wasting time for, but thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. There goes Cody with Greece, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's take one more before we go for the reread. Let's talk to Kevin. Kevin, where they whining, buddy?
Brockport, buddy.
Why Brockport?
They're a bunch of liberal college students.
I didn't see
On the
Josh Allen on
neighborhood
that
app?
ticket. I didn't. What just happened? I'm confused.
Well, because they don't know
He never
each
throws
other,
left.
and they just they don't know politics, sports.
Are
and they just mix
politics like
everything up.
politics? Politics like when you yell,
know.
it's your opinion of politics, but you punch them at the same time. Politics.
It's a different world up here in Brockport. You know what I mean?
Well, you live in Brockport.
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right, Kevin. Thanks for the call, buddy. We got you for Brockport.
He lives out there in Lefty Town.
Oh, I hate everybody. Josh Allen is a fun post. Well, let me tell you.
Politics.
252
My
WCMF.
favorite word.
252-9263. All right, can we get a reread for the folks that are just joining us, Kimmy?
Sure can.
Thank you.
All these Buffalo Bills political signs are stupid and, quite frankly, unpatriotic. If you want to show your support for a real candidate, Great. It's your job as an American to do so. But to make a mockery out of it by posting Josh Allen for president lawn signs is idiotic. You people think you're being cute and funny, but this is why our country is now at the point of no return. No one cares about real political issues anymore. You're only concerned about what your football team is doing on Sunday. You all live in a make-believe fantasy land. Making your love of football your entire personality is sad. Honestly, it's possible my neighbors are actually voting for the athletes on these signs. They probably think these guys would make good decisions for their country. Embarrassing. One guy has a whole Josh Allen 2024 banner on display outside his home. Know this, not everyone loves the Bills, but everyone should love America.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. You have the freedom to be forced to love America. Tommy is out in Farmington. I am in Irondequoit. Andy's out in Webster. Christine is in Pittsford. Caleb is out in Chi-Lite because that's the one town he doesn't go to. Blind pig. Cody's out in Greece because maybe. Kevin's out in Brockport because where I live sucks. 252-WCMF. Barbara, where are they whining, buddy?
Morning, and the YouTube kiosk crew wants to welcome Tommy back.
Thank you.
And we love Fluffy Duffy on Friday.
Oh, my brother.
But I'm going to go with
Fluffy Duffy. He's more meaty than he is fluffy, but go on, Barbara.
he steaks Omaha. That's what he is. But I'm going to go with Canandaigua because that's where Blackbeard would build a house on the water with his pirate abilities.
Lake Pirate.
You know, Canandaigua ain't the worst pick in the world.
No, but you already stole all of Ben's thunder.
Yeah, you did. Well, no, let's walk through Canandaigua though, because Canandaigua has a huge Bills fan population, but it's people with money who do what they want. Right. But you also have that stick in the mud faction of people. School. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's a patriotic town.
It's a big mix.
All right, Barbara, I don't hate that pick, buddy. I don't hate that pick.
Wow, maybe you, Barbara.
One last thing about your brother. Sure. That shirt that he wore, was that flower bed that got trampled on last week?
We got to teach you timing, man. You were doing okay. You were doing okay. We agreed with your pick, right? Sometimes you just got to take the money and run.
Okay, my bad.
It's okay. Barbara, great call. He's the guy that stays in the casino till 4 a.m. after he wins $1,000, right? No, it's going to get better, I swear. 252-WCMF. Armand, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to probably go with Spencerport. Hopefully I don't get eliminated because I wasn't really listening.
Okay, I feel like you're on a Spencerport kick lately. You just keep saying Spencerport.
No, last time I think it was Penfield or something, but it's Spencerport because it's split decision on politics. It's young folks living in Spencerport, and the guy sounds like an old, complainy Tommy Muley family member.
I mean, I would love to disagree with him, but you literally had the same take as this person that wrote the post. So, Armand, we got you for Spencerport, buddy.
It might be me. Who knows?
Thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252-WCMF. Let's get as many as we can in here. Because why not take as many calls right now as possible? Yes. Steve, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with Brighton, Pat.
Why Brighton?
Well, people there take themselves very seriously.
Okay.
And a lot of academics, not far from some of the colleges, so I just think that
it's a hotbed.
That's where it is.
Okay, all right, I got you for Brighton.
That's not a bad pick.
I don't know. Why would somebody with a formal education be opposed to something fun?
Yeah, but just because you have a formal education doesn't mean you have opposite side takes.
No. But this isn't a take. This isn't a political take. This is un-American take, right? I'm trying to picture in my head who this person is, and I don't know.
Well,
Steve,
he could be an old school straight-laced academic.
Okay, yeah, but I don't.
He harkens back to when America was
who taught
cordial.
Who taught you the word harkens?
I was just in Harkinville.
Harkinville, South Carolina.
Yeah, they harken.
Steve, thanks for the call, buddy. You get through that town quick. Harkinville. 252-WCMF. Kevin, where they whining, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I'm going to say Henrietta.
Why Henrietta?
I used to live out there, and that's definitely going to be the biggest city for anything political, signs, everything. Every area you'll see something.
So he ain't wrong about that?
Well, big mix.
Well, no, but I'm saying there were school board political signs in every neighborhood that I drive through. You never see. Yeah, local school board. Yeah. Henrietta School Board. He's not wrong. They love their signs out in Henrietta.
They love their signs.
But I mean, there's so many signs, Kevin. I wouldn't think that someone would get upset about extras. I'll be honest with you, I don't even see the signs anymore. I don't know who that person supports. It's just signs everywhere.
Just a hunch, because I get to see everything
Nope, Kevin, your phone's breaking up, buddy. I'm sorry. I got to let
Can't
you go.
argue
But
with that.
Thank you for the call, man. I appreciate it. We'll take one more call.
All right.
252. WCMF 252-9263. By the way, people are now. See what you did, Kimmy, with your quick disqualification?
What?
Cordell writes us on Instagram. Armand just said 2 towns. He said
I was on the phone during
He said
Armand's
2 weeks
call.
ago he picked Penfield. He thinks he picked Penfield, but this week he picked Spencerport. Should he be disqualified?
Well, he's talking about what he picked 2 weeks ago.
Because that's kind of how I did it. You disqualified me.
That's not how you did it.
Pretty much how it worked out.
That's not how you did
And
it.
here we go.
We'll take one more call.
Very
252 WCMF. A man who should be back from his countrywide trip.
Oh, is he still on the road?
Well, I don't know. We'll find out. Ben has got the last word on CMF. Ben, where are they whining?
I'm going to go with Fairport because you got some crotchety old douche like Tommy who thinks anything that's fun is bad. And you have to have alcohol to have fun. But, yeah.
During this call, yes.
So, I know, right? It's so boring. But, anyways, and also their Josh Allen sign is probably up on their government subsidized. I can't even talk right now. Government subsidized. Their porch.
Take one more run at it, buddy. I believe in you.
Government subsidized. I can't say it.
Do you not subsidize?
I can't say it. I don't know why.
It's just not coming out today. It's okay.
I've been memorized, hypnotized, and subsidized.
You get what I was trying to say.
No, we're not.
Also, Thursday, I'll be at Bill Gray's.
So come out and meet Ben at the Bill Gray's Tavern with Chi-Line. Oh, my God. Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Ben is now doing his own appearances off of our appearances. All right. You ready?
I'm ready.
You know you're out of it. You know you're done.
No, I think I got a good.
No, you don't. I can see the look on your face. You've been beaten down, beaten into submission.
If I don't have it, I'm close.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Can't you make that argument for just about every pick?
No, I'm like
every week.
I'm like super ass close.
If I don't have it, in the general area.
You mean like, I don't know, a community? Tommy is in Farmington. I'm in Irondequoit. Andy is in Webster. Christine is in Pittsburgh. Caleb is in Chi-Li. Cody is in Greece. Kevin is out in Brockport. Barber is in Canandaigua, and he was doing great till he just wouldn't stop.
Yes.
He just didn't stop. Armand is in Spencerport, and by the way, Armand, I believe, just tweeted at us.
What do you say?
You are not the commissioner, and Cordell, what's MYOB mean?
Mind your own business.
There you go. Thank you, Kimmy. Thank you, young girl. Steve is in Brighton. Kevin is in Henrietta, Sineville, USA, and Ben is in Fairport, thanks to their government subsidized pochos. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do it. Come on. I feel good. I feel good.
Pittsburgh!
Oh, she's got a look.
Victor!
She does. She knows she had a look. She's trying to change her look.
Where they whining?
I have to say, like, there was some logic that was spot on this week.
But
unfortunately.
What?
We missed. Nobody guessed. Because they whining in Gates.
Man, your hometown, you couldn't call it.
The town's like very close, touching
You
Gates,
grew
but
up.
nobody picked Gates.
And you didn't pick up.
You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it.
Oh,
it
now
makes-
you're thinking
No,
about
I
it?
admit
Now that you
I
know
did
the
not
answer?
choose Gates. Well, no,
I know
but-
the answer now. That kind of
Well,
makes
no,
sense.
but the thing is, like, his logic could have worked for Gates.
Gates and Irondequoit are very similar towns. They're very old, post-war, boom, a lot of Italians.
Well, you could say that about Brockport, Spencerport.
No, there's not a lot of Italians in Brockport. You try and make bro, one time my dad made spaghetti in Brockport. They thought he was a witch. It's true. It's a true thing that happened.
Well, it's because his hair didn't make sense.
All right, well,
All right.
we all lost.
Yeah.
Caleb was in Chi-Li. That, I mean,
That's close.
It's a bigger loss to you.
Why is
but
it a bigger
just
loss
not
to me?
quite.
Because it's your hometown, man. Like, you grew up on those streets. You're Mr. Gates.
No, but I
Your
mean,
dad was Mr. Buffalo
Yeah.
Bill Sign.
no, but that's what I'm saying.
And he
like-
was also a street cop in that town.
No, but that's what I mean. Like, by street cop. What is he, a gumshoe? You stupid bitch. We're going to go fight
he
Carmen San
worked the
Diego?
streets, bro.
Okay.
That guy knew. He was the heart and soul of that community.
Yeah, he kept seeing your mom working the streets. Look, I guess what I'm saying is my dad would have all of the most busted blow-up sign stuff, and
That's
nobody
you.
ever complained. So I didn't think people would
Well, at
complain
least you don't
about it.
think people complained.
Yeah, I guess
You're
you're right.
seeing it through a kid's eyes.
Well, I mean, you can't complain
If
about
they
a
had
cop.
if they had a neighborhood app at the time, your
Ooh.
house would have been the star of the show.
All right, congratulations, nobody. We all suck. All right, let's take a break.
Right.
Bro, they did it. This news story is directed solely at you and men like you.
Oh,
Because
old
there's
people.
Well, there's something showing up at the U of R Medical Center, that strong area over there.
Oh.
And it has nothing to do with medicine. I mean, this thing will be helping to make medicine better. But you will go look at this. And men like you will go look at this.
May I just view it?
Yeah, and it's very sad.
But I'm gonna have like entertainment out of it.
Oh yeah, and Kimmy and I don't get it either.
Or you may later when you get old.
We'll get into it next here, the break room on CMF. You know, there aren't a lot of things, Tommy, that come to town that you're excited to go see.
Oh, sure.
But this is one of them.
Oh.
And I got some great news.
What's that?
You don't need to buy a ticket. There's no reservations.
Sounds free.
In fact, today it is free. You could just drive a little far away from us and stare at it all you want.
Damn.
And Kimmy, this makes no effing sense.
No, it doesn't.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Big story on News 8 yesterday. The U of R Medical Center strong over there.
Yeah.
They're doing a massive expansion project.
Okay.
They're going to be building 100 new patient rooms. They're going to triple the size of the ER, and they're building a 9-story tower over there.
So this is like a big-ass project.
Big-ass project.
That's a skyscraper.
As part of this project, they have brought in a 246-foot tower crane to help them with the build.
Damn. Tower crane?
The tower crane. Now, if you're not familiar...
They specifically named this particular crane, I'm guessing,
You
for
see them
a
in
reason.
big cities.
Yeah. It's the one that goes up. It's one straight line, and then it's like the arm.
It swings out around. Yeah.
We don't have cranes like that here.
No, because we don't put up big buildings like that very much.
Okay. And by the way, I want to point out that the story that News 8 ran last night was not about the expansion of the hospital.
No.
The story
was solely about the crane.
Only the crane.
Is
the
it already
crane's
here?
coming to town.
It's there.
Damn, I would have seen. I would love to see it come in and down the highway.
Well, you could go see it if you wanted to actually see it.
No, he wanted the ride in
I
and the
know.
ride out of the crane.
I'm sure there are people that looked for that.
The first bothersome thing here is that News 8 knows exactly who watches the news.
Oh, yeah.
Men who
Craners.
look at cranes.
Crane groupies, I like
Crane
to call
cranks.
them.
And if you listen to the show, you know that we lost Tommy for about a month because every commercial break, while they were doing construction across the street, when there was another crane, not even a crane close to this, he would go out and stand outside and look at the crane.
Yeah, he never goes outside. He does his laps inside, but rarely does he step outside to go do stuff.
Well, the world is scary and dangerous. You want to see the crane?
So it's right at the. Is it U of R?
U of R Medical Center, yeah, strong in that area.
Oh yeah. Why not? I don't have to get that close. You can see it.
Why?
Because it's big.
You know you just said that out loud.
260 foot.
Because it's big.
246.
You know you work like right next to buildings that are like that same height.
There's a in downtown waterfall.
Yes.
That you can go look at.
I've already seen a waterfall.
Okay. All right.
Yes, I will.
Why? I don't get your obsession.
I
and
love
guys
heavy
your
equipment.
age obsession with
That's how I
but
fell
you-
in love with your mother.
But you've never.
Oh, she heavy.
You've never operated heavy equipment in your life.
Again, I.
Shut up. Like if they let you use that crane, you would immediately destroy everything within a 3-mile radius.
It looks like such a cool job.
Okay, but you're not going to talk to the guy who operates a crane. You're going to look
No,
from
because
a
he's so
distance.
high up.
Okay.
I hope you can't see this crane from like a super busy road because it will cause accidents.
Oh yeah, I think you will be.
Mount Hope. I mean, that would probably be the closest
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
You can
she's
probably
right.
see it from like 490.
She's absolutely right. This is going to be a problem.
But it makes us look like a big fancy city.
No, it
Like
makes
we're
us
on the
look
grill.
actually very small because
Yeah.
this is a thing that people are stopping to go see. It was a news story.
To Kimmy's point, every once in a while there is a news story that makes us look
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
backwoods country bumpkin. And this is one of those stories. Big old cranes in town. Hey, Ma, get the truck. We're going to see the crane. They say the crane's so tall you can watch Gouge TV. Come on, guys. You're better than this.
guys,
No,
don't
we're
look at the
better than...
crane.
We're better than story about crane
It is a
on
little
the news.
silly.
You're
It's a
out there
little
looking
silly.
at comic books and vintage T-shirts.
But that's entertainment.
This is
That's
part of
stuff you can
Americana. This
purchase.
is the economy and business on the move.
What are you talking about?
We're building. We're on the go.
252 WCMF, 252-9263 story on News 8 last night that is exclusively about a 246-foot tower crane that is arriving at the U of R Medical Center as part of their expansion project. Would your wife go with you to see the crane, or is this a solo trip?
Yeah, she has no crane interest.
Like I'm serious when I say this.
Mm.
Does the U of R have to have a
viewing deck, I hope.
That's what I mean, like a space where men can
like
safely.
a designated parking lot for
You could
crane
charge.
viewing.
Well, like so. Here's the thing. They actually, I mean, they have the parking garage.
Yeah.
And there's a roof on the parking
Oh,
garage.
you
could
could go
charge
there.
for that.
They do charge for that.
No, I mean like extra to just hang out there for the day.
How much are you willing to pay for a
$10, and I bet you if you serve like food and like like a
crane
coffee
festival.
shop, you put like one of those pop-up coffee shop sandwich shops
Yeah.
on top of that, you would get 200 guys up on that roof.
200 guys.
Well,
looking.
you could probably charge more if it's in action. Like standing crane alone, cool, but doesn't do a whole lot for
No,
you.
I wanna see
If
it
that
swing
thing
it.
is put to work.
Well, they're not destroying anything.
No,
They're
it
just-
swings around. It goes around.
No,
the
I
building.
understand how the crane works, but the one you're thinking of are ones they use to destroy buildings.
No,
This
no,
is
no,
going to
no.
be building buildings.
I know. I've seen it, man.
Somebody's tweeting us pictures of it.
Right now of the
Yeah.
crane.
How impressive is
Rammer. Rammer tweeted us a picture of the
that?
crane.
Oh, Rammer's probably there.
Okay, but it right now it doesn't look as cool because it's like all folded. You know what I mean?
Well, I want to see it fully
So
erect.
it's yeah. So it's not.
I want to see it standing straight
Are you
up.
talking about the crane or the guy operating the crane? Because I think we can get you both. Pull some strings.
I'd have a boner running that thing.
So the crane is not up yet.
It's not. Yeah, it's not.
Okay.
It's like folded on a truck.
So then I want to make this story on News 8 even more sad last night.
Right.
They had file footage of the crane.
Yeah.
Because they were showing the crane
From like a
working.
different job.
I assumed
On
that
the
was
road.
the actual crane.
I don't know. Maybe they fold it at night and
Okay,
it comes out during the day. I don't know how this thing works.
Oh my God.
No, I think they keep once it's up, it's up.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because like if you go to New York City where these things
Oh,
are,
You see
currently-
them all
they're
over.
up,
Yeah.
Remember when that?
Well, I don't know with like high winds and stuff. Don't they have to like?
No, remember
Yes.
when that hurricane went
Yeah.
through in New York a couple years ago?
Yeah.
They were worried about
Oh,
those
I-
cranes because
yes.
they
Right.
couldn't bring them
Right.
down.
A couple of them did come down, unfortunately.
Yes, but you know, that's what happens in the crane game.
By the way, do you think they interviewed the guy that runs the crane?
100%. There will be a follow-up.
You
crane
have to
story,
talk to
yes,
that dude.
without question.
Because I think he operates at the top of it. Like he's 200 and something feet up in that crane.
I don't care. Why would I care where he operates the crane?
Hey, it's pretty impressive that he could do that from that height.
Yeah.
You and I couldn't do it.
Well, I don't
Why?
like heights. I don't like
Because
heights.
you little sissy boy can't go in the crane.
You literally
I
just said.
can't go near the crane because it's too high.
You literally just said you and I.
Tommy can't go either. There's a couple of sissy crane boys.
Come back. We wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow. Tommy goes and runs and looks at the crane. Next. On CMF. It's going to be a rapperoo.
Howdy, Tuesday rapperoozy.
For Tuesday Break Room CMF, by the way, we got something to give you.
Oh, give it to me, buddy.
Yeah, we can give you. I'll give you.
Oh, give me it all.
Stop. Go to the contest page, WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Outlaw Music Festival. Willie Nelson.
That's history coming to town.
It is, really. It is. Willie Nelson.
That's the big crane of tours right there.
Bob Dylan and John Mellencamp. Darien Lake, September 17th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. I might have to go to this show.
I'm surprised they all get along.
We don't know they do.
I know, because that's a grumpy show. Like, the only one that always seems happy is Willie.
Okay,
the other two are kind of up and down with their emotions.
I want to argue with you, but based on stories
because I could see Willie breaking those two up with his guitar.
Well, there's a really famous story, real quick before we go, about how Willie normally plays the peacemaker for everybody.
Well, yeah, he's very laid back.
All right, was it Toby Keith who just passed away?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so Toby Keith Willie Nelson is the bridge, it seems, between modern, newer country and old, like, Americana country, right? So it's Willie Nelson's birthday party. It's a concert years ago. Toby Keith is still alive, and I think it's right after September 11th. Yeah. And Toby Keith is about to walk out on stage next to Chris Christopherson. And if you're familiar with him, he was very left of center politically, whereas Toby Keith was very right of center politically. And they get into an argument in front of Willie Nelson about politics right before Toby Keith goes on stage. Yeah. And Willie Nelson is the one that calms them down, sends Toby on stage, and talks Chris Christopherson off of a ledge.
Yeah, he's like your gentle grandfather.
Exactly. So maybe that's what makes it work.
Maybe that's why they put this tour together.
That's not a terrible theory. Like, if Mellencamp and Dylan wouldn't get along together, but Willie Nelson there makes it okay?
I told you to shut your mouth again. Why don't you shut your mouth again?
It's also funny, too, like, Willie Nelson seems to get along with everybody. Snoop Dogg said the only person to ever smoke him under the table was Willie Nelson.
Well, there you go.
That's a true quote.
Look at that.
Yeah.
So he's also hanging out with Snoop Dogg.
All right.
Chris Christopherson.
Who doesn't Snoop Dogg hang out with these days?
Tommy. Which is weird, because Tommy is the...
Our outfits are pretty close. I know we have some of the same footwear.
You are the Martha Stewart of the break room, so it's strange that he's not hanging out with you.
Well, the other one, he's got any taste.
We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who will keep
doesn't decorate anything.
I don't know what side you're on. I love farms and I love decorations.
But I hate political signs.
Yes.
For Tommy Muley, who is literally on his way to see a half-erect crane right now. And we're talking about Frasier. That joke would have crushed in 1997. My name's Pat Duffy. See you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.